Hello and welcome to another Wednesday night edition of some BreakTraders card breaks. We've got a packed show so far tonight with some other opportunities and some other specials for you to get in as well. For example, we are running 25% off our select basketball, Prism basketball, and certified football products to kick off this September 1st. And as always, at least for right now, we're running 30% off our select UFC Hobby Hybrid H2 breaks. Got a lot of Hobby Hybrid in the house. We have a personal, we have a pack random that ends up being a personal today. So we are ready to rock and roll with that. And to get started here, we have some absolute baseball, a one box pick your teamer. But you know what? I'm feeling pretty generous because for the first time that I can remember, we don't have any unpaid slots in our first eBay breaks. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into this beautiful box of potential giveaways and toss some new ones into the saute stock pot, which you can see the bottom here. So, I'll throw 4 packs of 2015 Prestige in there. 2015 Prestige will go into the stock pot. Then we'll do 3 packs of 2016 Contenders draft picks right there. That's going to go in there. We'll do another 3 packs of Illusion football, and this is going to be 2019 Illusions. And you know what? We've got some cases in here, so why not dive into those as well? Since it's a baseball break, we'll drop in a box of baseball here. And this is going to be a 2021 baseball. This is Topps Stadium Club. Alrighty. Look at all of those right there into the stock pot. All right. Well, with that, I feel like we should just kick it off with our first keyword. What do you think, John?
Sounds good.
Awesome. So we are going to start our first keyword of the day here so that we can have our first giveaway right afterwards. Our first keyword and how this works for you BreakTraders newbies is I will put a keyword up here on the screen. Once it gets dropped in the chat, you'll have the ability to guess the TV show that keyword's related to. You have 1 minute to guess the show, and then from there we will. If you don't guess, we'll continue keywords. But after we do run one keyword, then we run a randomization on whoever types it in the chat. Hey, T-Man, great to see you. So there we go. Vacation. Vacation. Vacation, all I ever wanted. Vacation had to get away. Manifest is incorrect. Saved by the Bell, incorrect. White Lotus, incorrect. Vacation, all I ever wanted. A vacation had to get away. Appears. Endless Summer, incorrect. And with that, show giveaway guessing has ended. Show giveaway guessing has ended, which means we'll be running Vacation right after that. But with the giveaway ending, all that means is we're getting into the break. Here is break 1250, the 2021 Absolute One Boxer Pick your team. See Daisy? Nothing to worry about. Alrighty, let's see what we've got here. We've got JD Martinez of the Boston Red Sox going to Casey. Casey, welcome to BreakTraders. All new members here at BreakTraders can use promo code NEWBT for 20% off your first purchase at BreakTraders.com. Then we have Salvador Perez of the Kansas City. Hey, John. The Kansas City Royals going to Mr. CEO. Followed by Cal Ripken of the Baltimore Orioles headed to Casey. Zach Gallen of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Arizona Diamondbacks going to Steven. And holy hell. Holy hell. We have an Aaron Nola out of 199 of the Philadelphia Phillies going to Cynthia. Followed up by an Unsung Heroes, Brandon Lowe of the Tampa Bay Rays going to Charles. Then we have a Sandy Koufax Icons of the Los Angeles Dodgers going to Harry Hood. And we've got some memorabilia cards here to go through. Our first memorabilia is going to be a Miguel Sano 3 out of 25. 3 out of 25. And that is going to be heading to David with the Minnesota Twins. Nice 6 patch tools of the trade right there. Our next memorabilia hit is going to be a Rookies Signatures. That's Luis Garcia of the Washington Nationals, and that is out of 99, and that is headed to Harry Hood. And Mr. Hood, I think that excitement for that Luis Garcia should probably keep up. Because, sir, kaboom goes the dynamite! And that is Mr. Mookie Betts of the LA Dodgers going to Harry Hood. Wowza. Wowza. That's some garbage. What a card. UFC 30 not working on. It's only for UFC breaks. It's not for personals. Just for breaks. So just for the pack random and the weight class random. But if you buy in and it doesn't work right there, feel free to shoot us an email, and we will take care of it. Holy heck! What a break! What a hit right there! Alrighty, and I tried to drag that out for as long as possible because I saw the name. I saw what it was, and I knew Harry was just like salivating at home because I was like, he might have seen what this is. Harry, that's a nice... Huh. Let me, I'll try to check it out right after this break. We have Justin Verlander of the Astros heading to Harry, followed up by Shohei Ohtani of the Los Angeles Angels going to Casey. Then we have Jeimer Candelario of the Detroit Tigers to Steven. Billy Martin of the New York Yankees to Aaron. Ronald Acuna Jr. of the Atlanta Braves going to Justin. A Lucas Giolito out of 99 of the Chicago White Sox headed to Cynthia. Followed by a power Nelson Cruz of the Minnesota Twins going to David. And then a icons out of 149 Mike Trout of the Los Angeles Angels. And that is going to Casey. And here we go, a little tools of the trade, and that's a New York Yankee. That's Jason Dominguez of the New York Yankees going to Aaron. And then our last hit right here is going to be a rookie signature, and that is Will Crow. Will Crow, and that is 25 out of 30 of the Pittsburgh Pirates going to Phillip. And that is now our fourth kaboom that we've hit with Absolute Baseball. Alrighty. We have the Mike Trout out of 149 icons of the Angels heading to Casey. A power Nelson Cruz of the Minnesota Twins going to David. Lucas Giolito of the Chicago White Sox out of 99 headed to Cynthia. The Sandy Koufax icons of the Los Angeles Dodgers going to Harry. Brandon Lowe, Unsung Heroes of the Tampa Bay Rays to Charles. And Aaron Nola out of 199 of the Philadelphia Phillies going to Cynthia. And now we will run down our featured cards. First, we have the no-numbered Jason Dominguez tools of the trade, followed by the Luis Garcia out of 99 rookie signatures auto. Then we have the out of 30 Will Crow auto of the Pittsburgh Pirates. And the 3 out of 25 tools of the trade, Miguel Sano of the Minnesota Twins. Alrighty, that Will Crow of the Pirates going to Phillip, Jason Dominguez of the Yankees going to Aaron, Luis Garcia of the Nationals to Harry, and Miguel Sano of the Minnesota Twins going to David. And now, last but not least, for sure, stepping up to the plate from the Los Angeles Dodgers, kaboom goes the dynamite. It is Mookie Betts. And there we have it, folks. That is the end of break number 1250. The end of break number 1250. We'll be right back with some Prism Baseball. And T-Man, that code for UFC should be working now. Alrighty, we are back, and before we get into break 1251, we have to do our keyword giveaway, and our keyword is vacation. type vacation in the chat to be entered to win. Vacation, vacation. No, they're good. I also got 2 of these little Beckett football Trevor Lawrence covers that are getting tossed in the stock pot as well. Alrighty, and John, can we get a 10-second countdown on vacation?
Sure. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It is Sean Baldwin.
Sean Baldwin. And Sean is getting an Illusions, 2019 Illusions. And for those of you who weren't here at the beginning, we dropped some Illusions in there. We dropped Top Stadium Club in there. We dropped 2015 Prestige in 2016. 2016, what was that one? Wow, how am I gonna... Now I can't find it, of course. I guess that means I'm shaking it up right?
Yeah.
2016 Contenders Draft Picks.
Oh.
Leonard Fournette of the Jags. Greedy Williams of the Cleveland Browns. Derrick Henry of the Tennessee Titans. It's more than a Thielen of the Minnesota Vikings. Hunter Renfrow, RC of the Raiders. And a little bit of Cole Beasley of the Buffalo Bills. There you go, Sean. Congratulations on that. Jim, there's 2 ways to win. The first time is we'll keep putting keywords up here in the chat, and you'll get I don't think that was a hobby pack. I just bought like a thing of 8. I searched blasters, so no, it wasn't a hobby pack. I don't believe. So there's 2 ways to win. One, you guess the TV show based on the keywords we're giving you in the 1-minute guessing window. Otherwise, you do you type the keyword in the chat, and from there you have the opportunity to we do a randomization of everyone that types it in the chat. We'll be doing our next keyword right after this. This is break 1251, the 2021 Prism Baseball. 12 cards per packs and 12 packs per box. Yep, so Nightbot randomizes it. So you did the right thing. It just does a random, and Sean got selected. Nightbot's like an automatic software that pairs with YouTube for that. Alrighty. We have Wyatt Madison of the Arizona Diamondbacks going to Steven. Followed by Brett, and when we do the rookie rundown, because we have so many, will just be the person in the team, not who they're going to, so I'll make sure to say who they go to here. Then we have Brandon Woodruff, that Walter Marathon of the Diamondbacks going to, Steven. Then we have Brandon Woodruff of the Milwaukee Brewers, Clark Schmidt, RC of the New York Yankees, heading to Gavin. Followed by Max Scherzer of the Nationals, Rhys Hoskins of the Phillies, Will Stargell of the Pittsburgh Pirates, Babe Ruth of the Yankees, a TJ Antoine of the Cincinnati Reds going to Darren. And then we're going to have a nice base stained glass of Mr. Ronald Acuna Jr. of the Atlanta Braves going to Steven. Second straight stained glass out of Prism. I know they're not super valuable, but nice hit right there. And then we're going to have the Jose Ramirez out of 199 of the Cleveland Guardians with that baby. And that is going to be heading to Jake. And that is the little blue donut circles, followed by a red Giancarlo Stanton of the New York Yankees going to Gavin. And then we're going to have an emergent Christian Robinson out of the Arizona Diamondbacks, and that is going to Steven. We have an Evan White RC of the Seattle Mariners headed to Robert. Robert, welcome to BreakTraders. If you're new to BreakTraders, you can use promo code NEWBT for 20% off your first purchase. Then we have Paul Goldschmidt of the Cardinals, Justin Turner of the Dodgers, Eloy Jimenez of the White Sox, Manny Machado of the Padres, a Jorge Mateo RC of the Padres going to James, followed by Will McCovey of the San Francisco Giants, Queston Hura of the Milwaukee Brewers. We're going to have an Illumination Joey Bart. Illumination Joey Bart of the San Francisco Giants going to Cynthia. Following that up, we have a silver RC, and that is Ryan Jeffers of the Minnesota Twins headed to John. And then we have a Sluggers Giancarlo Stanton of the New York Yankees going to Gavin. And looks like we have our first auto of the day, and that is going to be a rookie signatures Evan White of the Seattle Mariners headed to Robert. Nice rookie auto right there. Alrighty, and now we're on to our third pack in this break. Albert Pujols of the Los Angeles Angels. We have a Joey Bart RC of the San Francisco Giants going to Cynthia. That was stuck to another card there. That was stuck to Noah Syndergaard of the New York Mets, followed up by Brooks Robinson of the Baltimore Orioles. Then we have a Victor Gonzalez RC of the Los Angeles Dodgers going to Phil, followed up by Freddie Freeman of the Atlanta Braves, an Alejandro Kirk RC of the Toronto Blue Jays going to Jim. Then we have Mike Schmidt of the Phillies, Kenta Maeda of the Twins, a fearless Casey Mize RC of the Detroit Tigers headed to David. Then we have a little blue Jim Tomei of the Cleveland Guardians going to Jake. And then a Fireworks RC Joe Adele of the Los Angeles Angels going to Phil. And folks, if you like Prism Baseball, we do have some Prism Baseball breaks up on BreakTraders.com right now. Blake Snell of the Padres, followed by Alex Manoah of the Toronto Blue Jays going to Jim, and that's again stuck. And that's stuck to a Tucker Davidson RC of the Atlanta Braves going to Gavin. After that, we've got Nolan Arenado of the Cardinals, Shohei Ohtani of the Angels, followed up by an Alex Bam of the Philadelphia Phillies going to Brandon. Then we have Drew Rasmussen of the Milwaukee Brewers, and that is going to be going to Phil. Then we have Casey Mize Detroit of the Detroit Tigers, and that is going to David RC. It is not T-Man. Followed by a fearless Bryce Harper of the Philadelphia Phillies going to Brandon. And then we're going to have what appears to be a little bronze, and that is going to be the bronze 1 out of 100, or neon orange apparently is what they're calling that. I don't know. Does that look neon orange to you, John? That looks pretty bronze to me. But hey, we'll take it. That is the Toronto Blue Jays, and that is going to Jim. Followed up by a red Edward Olivares RC, and that is going to of the Kansas City Royals going to Mr. CEO. And then we have a Lumber Inc. Pete Alonso of the New York Mets going to Gavin. I know it is the neon orange. It just did not really look... I would expect it to be way more orangey. Mike Yastrzemski of the Giants, followed by Luis Garcia of the Houston Astros RC, headed to Cynthia. Then we have Andrew Vaughn of the Chicago White Sox, and that is going to be going to Gavin, followed by Debbie Garcia of the New York Yankees, headed to Gavin as well. Then we have Kevin Biggio of the Blue Jays, followed by a Cabrian Hayes RC of the Pittsburgh Pirates, going to Jim. Then we have Daniel Johnson of the Cleveland Guardians, and that is going to Jake, followed by Will Clark of San Francisco. We have an old school Rod Carew right there. And what a weird way to put his name on there, just California. So John, if you don't mind checking that before we sort that bad boy right there. Then we have Ken Griffey Jr. out of the 149 with the red mojo of the Seattle Mariners, going to Robert, followed by Alex Verdugo of the Boston Red Sox. That's just a regular red. And then a stargazing Juan Soto of the Washington Nationals, going to Jim. And if you could just report back what you find out there, that'd be helpful. Then we have a Bobby Dalbec RC of the Boston Red Sox, going to Steven, followed by DJ LeMahieu of the Yankees, Ozzie Smith of the Cardinals, Justin Verlander of the Astros, followed by Logan Gilbert of the Seattle Mariners, heading to Robert, and Letty Tavares of the Texas Rangers, going to Cynthia. Then we have a Rafael Marchand RC of the Philadelphia Phillies, and that is headed to Brandon. I'm hearing the California Angels.
Yeah.
And John, which I'm guessing now is the Los Angeles Angels. Whit Merrifield of the Kansas City Chiefs, or Kansas City Royals, followed by Aaron Judge of the Yankees. A fearless Francisco Lindor of the New York Mets, going to Gavin, followed by an illumination Luis Robert of the Chicago White Sox, and that is going to Gavin as well, followed up by a rookie class Luis Garcia of the Washington Nationals, going to Jim. Yeah, the Los Angeles Angels now. So that is going to be going to Phil.
Okay. That's what I thought too.
Perfect.
It looks like they became...
Ken Griffey Jr. of the Mariners, Zach Plessick of the Guardians, Rod Carew of the California Angels, Luis Garcia of the Washington Nationals, going to Jim. Jim, thank you for that guidance on the California Angels there. Javier Baez of the Cubs, going to Gavin, followed by a Miguel Yajur RC of the Pittsburgh Pirates, headed to Jim. Then we have Sterling Marte of the Miami Marlins, Anthony Rendon of the Angels, a fearless Max Scherzer of the Washington Nationals, going to Jim. Looks like we're going to have an auto coming up here, but first we have a silver RC, and that is Mr. Trevor Rogers of the Miami Marlins, followed by a championship stage Kyle Hendricks of the Chicago Cubs, going to Gavin. And here's our auto. It is going to be out of 50, and that is going to be Mr. Dane Dunning of the Texas Rangers, and that is headed to Cynthia. And we have 5 packs left, including this one. Isaiah Falafel of the Rangers, Santiago Espinal of the Toronto Blue Jays RC, going to Jim, followed by Taylor Trammell of the Seattle Mariners, going to Robert. Then we have a little Sixto Sanchez of the Miami Marlins, and that is headed to Gavin. Following that up with Jose Barrios of the Minnesota Twins, Giancarlo Stanton of the New York Yankees, Edward Olivares RC of the Kansas City Royals to Mr. CEO, followed by Alex Kirilloff, RC of the Minnesota Twins, going to John, followed by Lucas Giolotto of the White Sox, an old school Eddie Matthews of the Milwaukee Brewers, headed to Phil. Following that up with a little bit of a blue Carlos Correa of the Houston Astros, and that is heading to Cynthia. And then a Lumber Inc. DJ LaMathio of the New York Yankees going to Gavin. Jose Garcia of the Cincinnati Reds going to Darren RC, followed by Ramon Urias of the Baltimore Orioles going to Darren. Ramon Laureano of the Oakland Athletics, Trevor Bauer of the Dodgers, Brendan Lowe of the Tampa Bay Rays, Charlie Blackmon of the Rockies, Josh Fleming of the Tampa Bay Rays going to Gavin, followed up by Lance Lynn of the Chicago White Sox, Cal Ripken, old school, of the Baltimore Orioles, and it looks like we are going to have a gold Christian Yelich out of 10. Nice hit right there. Gonna get a little check on that bad boy, and that is of the Milwaukee Brewers going to Phil. Nice hit right there. Following that up with a red Daniel Lynch RC of the Kansas City Royals headed to Phil. Then we have a rookie class Letty Traveris of the Texas Rangers, and that is going to Cynthia. We have Tanner Hook, RC of the Boston Red Sox, going to Steven. A David Peterson, RC of the New York Yankees, going to Gavin. Then we have Ryan Weathers of the San Diego Padres going to James. Following that up with Garrett Cole of the New York Yankees to Gavin. Shane Bieber of the Cleveland Guardians going to Jake. A Nate Pearson, RC of the Toronto Blue Jays, headed to Jim. Then we have Dylan Carlson, RC of the St. Louis Cardinals, headed to Gavin. Followed by Jake Cronenworth of the San Diego Padres going to James. A Fernando Tatis Jr., Fearless of the San Diego Padres, going to James as well. Following that up with a silver Luis Patino, RC of the Tampa Bay Rays, and then a rookie class Kohai Arihara of the Texas Rangers, and that is going to Cynthia. And then we're going to have our last auto, and it is going to be an out of 50, 47 out of 50. That is Daz Cameron of the Detroit Tigers, headed to David. And we got 2 packs left in this break. Corey Seager of the Dodgers, Mark McGwire of the Cardinals, Jose Ramirez of the Guardians, Trevor Rogers, RC of the Miami Marlins, and that is going to Gavin. Followed up by Ryan Jeffers of the Minnesota Twins, headed to John. Alex Rodriguez of the Mariners, Joey Gallo of the Texas Rangers, Jacob deGrom of the Mets, Jack Flaherty of the Cardinals, an Illumination Miguel Cabrera of the Detroit Tigers, headed to David, followed by a blue Jesus Sanchez right there of the Miami Marlins, RC, going to Gavin. Then we have an emergent Yiddy Cape of the Miami Marlins as well, going to Gavin. And we got 1 pack left in this break. We have a Keibert Ruiz, RC of the Los Angeles Dodgers, going to Phil. Garrett Crochet of the Chicago Cubs, headed to Gavin. Then we have Chris Bryant of the Cubs, followed by Andy Young of the Arizona Diamondbacks, going to Steven. Tyler Glasnow of the Tampa Bay Rays, and that's going to Gavin. Joe Adell RC of the Los Angeles Angels heading to Phil. Cal Ripken of the Baltimore Orioles. Miguel Cabrera of the Detroit Tigers. An Illumination Trevor Bauer of the Los Angeles Dodgers headed to Phil. And then we have the 42 out of 99, Rafael Devers, Fearless of the Boston Red Sox, going to Steven. Followed up by a regular base Fearless, RC Dylan Carlson of the St. Louis Cardinals heading to Gavin. And then a stargazing Trey Turner of the Washington Nationals going to Jim. And with that, we are done opening packs. Let's run down these rooks. The Fearless Dylan Carlson of the St. Louis Cardinals, Joe Adell of the Angels, Andy Young of the Diamondbacks, Garrett Crochet of the White Sox, Kyber Ruiz of the Dodgers, Jesus Sanchez of the Miami Marlins, followed by Ryan Jeffers of the Twins, Trevor Rogers of the Marlins, a rookie class, Kohai Ariara of the Rangers, Luis Patino Silver of Tampa Bay, Jake Cronenworth of the Padres, Dylan Carlson of the St. Louis Cardinals, followed by Nate Pearson of the Blue Jays, Ryan Weathers of the Padres, David Peterson of the Mets, Tanner Hook of Boston, a rookie class, Letty Traveris of the Texas Rangers, followed up by a little bit of Daniel Lynch of the Kansas City Royals, followed by Josh Fleming of the Rays, Ramon Urias of the Orioles, Jose Garcia of the Reds, Alex Kirilloff of the Twins, Edward Olivares of the Royals, Sixto Sanchez of the Marlins, Taylor Trammell of the Mariners, Santiago Espinal of the Blue Jays, a silver Trevor Rogers of the Marlins, Miguel Yoher of the Pirates, Luis Garcia of the Nationals, a rookie class Luis Garcia of the Nationals, Rafael Marchand of the Philadelphia Phillies, Letty Traveris of the Rangers, Logan Gilbert of the Mariners, and Bobby Delback of Boston. But wait, there's more. Daniel Johnson of the Guardians, Cabrian Hayes of the Pirates, Devi Garcia of the Yankees, Andrew Vaughn of the White Sox, Luis Garcia of the Astros, Edward Olivares of Kansas City, Casey Mize of the Tigers, Drew Rasmussen of the Milwaukee, Alex Baum of Philadelphia, Tucker Davidson of Atlanta, Alex Manoah of the Blue Jays, the Fireworks, Joe Adell of the Angels, the Casey Mez Fearless of the Tigers, Alejandro Kirk of the Blue Jays, Victor Gonzalez of the Dodgers, Joey Bart of the Giants, Ryan Jeffers of the Twins, Jorge Mateo of the Padres, Evan White of the Mariners, TJ Antoine of the Reds, Clark Schmidt of the Yanks, and Wyatt Matheson of the Diamondbacks. If it fills right now, it'll break before. Right now, yeah, did that just fill? It appears it did, but it doesn't appear that it showed up on our close, gentlemen. I think there might have been an issue with it last time. 1 second. Yeah, the weight class random 1285 just sold out. So yeah, that'll break before BT West Coast. We could sneak in another couple breaks in there for sure. Like that select basketball with 4 spots left, a certified pick your division with 1 spot left, the UFC pack random with 2 spots left. We could definitely sneak some stuff in there for sure. Ooh, it also appears 1288 filled and didn't show up in the closed. So, just an FYI. Alrighty. Our non-autos, we have the Ronald Acuna stained glass and the Christian Yelich out of 10. Ronald Acuna of the Braves going to Gavin, and Christian Yelich of the Brewers going to Phil. And then our autos. We have the Evan White of the Mariners, and then we have 2 out of 50s. We have Dane Dunning and Daz Cameron. Dane Dunning of the Rangers to Cynthia, Daz Cameron of Detroit to David, and Evan White of Seattle to Robert. And with that, we are done with break 1251. Done with break 1251, the 2021 Prism Baseball 1-box pick your team and we will be right back from BT Field. Alrighty, we are back with some certified football, but first we have to do our next keyword giveaway. So type vacation, right? Or did we already randomize? We have to do our next keyword. Sorry about that. Thanks, John, for keeping me on track. Sorry about the little bit of a longer delay there, folks. Alrighty, John, are you ready?
I am ready.
John's ready, I'm ready. The keyword is boat. No correct guesses yet. Sweet Life of Zach and Cody is incorrect. Fantasy Island is incorrect. High Seas, incorrect. Outer Banks is correct.
Whoa.
Outer Banks is correct. I almost missed that.
Is that Phil?
Yep, Phil gets it. Phil Senzig gets it, and he gets a little bit of a Diamond Kings 2019. Colby Allard of the Braves, Joe DiMaggio of the Yankees, Blake Schnell, Tampa Bay, David Fletcher of the Angels, and Johnny Bench of the Reds. And with that, here we go. This is break 1252, the 2021 Certified Football One Box Pick Your Team Auction. David Montgomery of the Bears. We have a little bit of a gold team. Christian McCaffrey of the Carolina Panthers going to Kevin. Following that up with Patrick Mahomes of the Chiefs and Travis Kelce of the Chiefs. And here we go, our first memorabilia. And that is going to be Mr. Jimmy Graham. And that is a certified gamers 10 out of 50 of the New Orleans Saints going to Richard. Richard, welcome to BreakTraders. If you're new to BreakTraders like Richard, you can use promo code NEWBT for 20% off your first order at BreakTraders.com. In addition to the other specials we are running this evening. Chase Claypool of the Steelers, a little bit of a gold Jabril Cox RC, and that is of the Dallas Cowboys heading to Richard out of 25. Nice low-numbered rookie right there. Followed up by Justin Herbert, 2021 graffiti of the Chargers going to William. And then we have Tyler Lockett of the Seahawks and Saquon Barkley of the Giants. Robbie Anderson of the Panthers, a Brevin Jordan of the Houston Texans RC going to Justin. That filler card in there. Followed by a dark horse, Tom Brady of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers going to Robert. Then we have Marlon Humphreys of the Ravens and Aaron Jones of the Packers. Alrighty, here we go. Derrick Henry of the Titans, Aaron Donald of the Rams, a pink Roquan Smith gold team of the Chicago Bears going to Travis, followed up by Michael Pittman of the Colts and Tom Brady of the Buccaneers. Dak Prescott of the Cowboys, a Michael Thomas out of 99 of the New Orleans Saints headed to Richard. Then we have a seal of approval, Saquon Barkley of the New York Giants going to Chris. Following that up with Clyde Edwards-Helaire of the Chiefs and Josh Allen of the Buffalo Bills. Daniel, what break are you talking about? We have a Myles Gaskin of the Dolphins, followed by a Stars DeAndre Hopkins of the Cardinals, headed to Daryl right there. Then we have a little bit of Chase Young from the Washington football team and Nick Chubb of the Browns. And our next memorabilia is going to be a member of the New York Jets, and that is out of 199. That's a freshman fabrics, Michael Carter, and that is going to Ryan. Daniel, you can also see the schedule of breaks. Right underneath my face is the current break, and then to the right is all the upcoming breaks. And we have 4 packs left in this certified break. Julio Jones of the Falcons, followed up by a Stars, Devontae Adams of the Green Bay Packers going to Jack. Following that up with Miles Sanders of the Eagles and Stephon Diggs of the Buffalo Bills. And then here we go. We have a little piece of the game, and that is Marquez Valdez-Scantling of the Green Bay Packers, and that is going to Jack. Good evening, Haley. You missed a nice Harry Hood hit earlier this evening. James Robinson of the Jaguars, followed up by a Kyler Murray gold team of the Arizona Cardinals, headed to Daryl. Then we have a Joe Mixon of the Bengals and Delvin Cook of the Vikings. Oh yeah, I'll let Harry share, but you can also check out our Instagram story and see the bang bang hit. And here we go. We have a Mirror Signatures Albert Aquebuna out of 25 of the Denver Broncos going to Daryl. Kyler Murray of the Cardinals, followed by Dwayne Eskridge of the Seattle Seahawks. That's headed to Jared with a filler right there, followed by a Chase Young 2021 graffiti of the Washington football team going to Robert. Then we have DJ Chark of the Jags and DeAndre Hopkins of the Arizona Cardinals. And we're on to our last pack. That's at 8:25, so we're just running a tad behind. It might have been. I think we could have screwed that up, and it was supposed to be 8:15 on our schedule here, but all good. That'll become. Yeah, this is certified. You can see right next to it, right underneath my face, and right next to it is the scroll bar of everything upcoming. So you'll see that Chronicles break 1253 is up next. Keenan Allen of the Chargers, followed by a Marlon Humphreys out of 249. Marlon Humphreys out of 249 of the Ravens to Cynthia. Then we have a little bit of a gold team. George Kittle out of 249 of the San Francisco 49ers going to John. Followed up by Josh Jacobs of the Raiders and Tua of the Miami Dolphins. Alrighty, let's run down these rooks before featured cards, and we only have 2 of them. We have Dwayne Eskridge of the Seahawks and Brevin Jordan of the Texans. Dwayne Eskridge going to Jared and Brevin Jordan going to Justin. And now on to our featured cards. Our 2 big rookie hits were Jabril Cox with the out of 25 and Michael Carter with the rookie patch auto out of 199. Michael Carter of the Jets going to Ryan. Jabril Cox of the Cowboys headed to Richard. And then here we go. Some veterans. We have the Jimmy Graham certified gamers out of 50. The Marquez Valdez-Scantling out of 249 with the Packers. And the Albert Aquibana of the Broncos out of 25. Albert Aquibana headed to Daryl. Jimmy Graham of the Saints going to Richard. And Marquez Valdez-Scantling of the Packers headed to Jack. And with that, we are done with break 1252. Done with break 1252. We're going to take a 3-minute break and be right back with some Chronicles Draft Picks Hobby. Alrighty, we are back for some Chronicles draft picks right here. And what we are going to do is run our next keyword giveaway. So type boat in the chat. And if that certified football to pick your division fills, it will go before we shift to BT late night right there. Type boat in the chat. All right, John, can we get a countdown?
Sure. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It is Harry Hood.
All righty. Harry getting the 2015 Prestige Worldwide. Oh, and Haley, we dropped a bunch of new giveaways into the giveaway pack. We have a Doug Baldwin, Mike Wallace, Joik Bell, Alshon Jeffrey, Carson Palmer, Philip Rivers, Tamba Hali, a Darren Waller RC. Wow, Darren Waller of the Baltimore Ravens RC. We're going to sleeve that bad boy for you. And there we have it. That is Harry's pack. And with that, here we go. This is break 1253. Break 1253, a Chronicles draft picks. We got 6 packs per box, 8 cards per pack. No problem, Harry. Happy to do that. Devonta Adams, RC of the Philadelphia Eagles, and that is going to be going to Nicholas, followed by the Pat Freiermuth of the Pittsburgh Steelers going to Dan. Dan, welcome to BreakTraders. I believe I saw you in the chat right there. Then we have a Jamar Chase of the Cincinnati Bengals going to Sean right there. And then we follow that up by Javonte Williams of the Denver Broncos out of 99. And that is headed to Robert. Then we have a filler card followed up by Mr. Travis Etienne of the Jacksonville Jaguars going to Chad. And then we have Kyle Pitts XR of the Atlanta Falcons headed to Phil, followed by Chatarius Tutu Atwell of the Los Angeles Rams going to Lucas, and then Justin Fields of the Chicago Bears going to Nick. Yeah, we've got a lot of spots that are getting close down tonight. We've got Gregory Rousseau of the Buffalo Bills going to Steven. A Prestige Demetric Felton of the Cleveland Browns headed to David. Rondale Moore of the Arizona Cardinals, and that is going to Ryan, followed by an Illusions Kellen Mond of the Minnesota Vikings going to Sean, followed up by Travis Etienne of the Jacksonville Jaguars going to Chad. Then we have Terrace Marshall Jr. of the Carolina Panthers, and that is going to Sean. And then we're going to have a Trevor Lawrence out of 49. Trevor Lawrence out of 49 right there. Nice little hit right there, going for around 22 bucks. 22 bucks. And that is going to Chad. And then our memorabilia right here is going to be a full coverage. Meant to hit the boom booms there, hit the bait right back. Tamron Terry of the Seattle Seahawks going to Lucas. And we're on to the third pack in this one. The last one just sold for $22.50 on July 27th. Javian Hawkins of the Atlanta Falcons going to Phil, followed by Terrace Marshall Jr. of the Carolina Panthers heading to Sean. Then we've got Jamar Chase of the Cincinnati Bengals going to Sean as well. Following that up, we're going to have an auto followed up by Devonta Smith of the Philadelphia Eagles going to Nicholas. Then we have Marquez Stevenson of the Buffalo Bills going to Steven, followed by Jamie Newman of the Philadelphia Eagles going to Nicholas. And then Tamron Terry of the Seattle Seahawks headed to Lucas. And our auto is going to be a Mr. K.J. Costello. K.J. Costello of we'll say the Los Angeles Chargers right there is the last team, so that is going to Steven. We have Micah Parsons of the Dallas Cowboys headed to David. Elijah Molden of the Tennessee Titans going to Lucas. Then we have Chubba Hubbard of the Carolina Panthers going to Sean. Followed up by a Micah Parsons recon of the Dallas Cowboys going to David. Then we have Mr. Jamie Newman of the Philadelphia Eagles, followed by a select Trevor Lawrence of the Jacksonville Jaguars going to Chad. And then we have a Michael Carter silver select of the New York Jets going to Denham. And then our memorabilia is going to be a down and dirty, and that is Mr. Kellen Mond of the Minnesota Vikings, and that is going to Sean. And we got 2 packs left. Devonta Smith of the Philadelphia Eagles. We're going to have a little bit of a redemption in here. Excited to see what that is. Devonta Smith of the Philadelphia Eagles, and that is going to Nicholas. Followed up by Jamar Chase of the Cincinnati Bengals going to Sean. Then we have a little bit of a Nico Collins of the Houston Texans going to Sean. Followed by Larry Roundtree of the Chargers headed to Steven. Then we have a little bit of Seth Williams. Seth Williams of the Denver Broncos going to Robert. Followed up by Mr. Justin Fields of the Chicago Bears going to Nick. And Jalen Waddle of the Miami Dolphins headed to Sean. And then our redemption is going to be a Rashad Bateman in the zone signatures of the Baltimore Ravens going to Sean. And we're on to our last pack in this one. Jamar Chase of the Cincinnati Bengals. Jamar Chase of the Cincinnati Bengals to Sean. Followed up by Michael Carter of the New York Jets. Michael Carter of the New York Jets. And that is going to be headed to Denham. Followed up by Rondale Moore of the Arizona Cardinals headed to Orion. Then we have Mr. Jamie Newman of the Philadelphia Eagles going to Nicholas. Following that up with Rashad Bateman of the Baltimore Ravens headed to Sean, and that is out of 149. Followed by Mr. Kyle Pitts of the Atlanta Falcons and Michael Carter of the New York Jets. And then our last auto is going to be Mr. Tyler Vaughns from USC and now a member of the Indianapolis Colts headed to Sean. And we'll run down these rookies. First round picks and numbered. Kyle Pitts of the Falcons. Rashad Bateman out of 149 of the Ravens. Jamar Chase of the Bengals. Jalen Waddle of the Dolphins. Justin Fields of the Bears. Jamar Chase of the Bengals. Devonta Smith of the Eagles. Trevor Lawrence of the Jaguars. Micah Parsons of the Cowboys. Micah Parsons again. Devonta Smith again. Travis Etienne of the Jaguars. Kellen Mond of the Vikings. Gregory Rousseau of the Buffalo Bills. Justin Fields of the Bears. Kyle Pitts of the Falcons. Travis Etienne. Javonte Williams out of 99 of the Broncos. Jamar Chase of the Bengals. And Devonta Smith of the Eagles. Jesus. And now here we go, the featured cards. Our two memorabilias, we have Tamaron Terry of the Seattle Seahawks going to Lucas and Kellen Mond of the Minnesota Vikings to Sean. And then our autos. We have Tyler Vaughns of the Colts, KJ Costello of the Chargers, and a Rashad Bateman in the zone signatures of the Baltimore Ravens. Rashad Bateman going to Sean, KJ Costello of the Chargers to Steven, and Tyler Vaughn of the Colts heading to Sean. And then last but not least, we have the out of 49, Trevor Lawrence of the Jacksonville Jaguars going to Chad. Alrighty. And with that, we will be right back from the hardwood for some Revolution basketball. We are back with some Revolution basketball. In the meantime, though, before we get started with that, we're going to do our next keyword giveaway. And we're on to a new show. What did I do with the... 1 second, folks. I dropped my Sharpie. Oh, here we go. New show, new keyword. Football. Football is the keyword. The last show was Outer Banks. And Mr. CEO takes it. Wow, that was fast. Mr. CEO takes it. And Mr. CEO getting a little Diamond Kings baseball. Aaron Nola of the Phillies, Kevin Kramer of the Pirates. Then we have Clayton Kershaw of the Dodgers, Jonathan Davis of the Blue Jays, and Garrett Hampson of the Rockies. And we'll be right with you, folks. Alrighty. Here we go. This is break 1254. Some Revolution basketball. And we got another Revolution basketball coming right behind this. Nikola Jokic of the Nuggets, Kristaps Porzingis of the Dallas Mavericks. Following that up with a little Fred VanVleet, and that's going to be an Astro edition of the Toronto Raptors going to Danny. And then a Vortex Domantas Sabonis of the Indiana Pacers, and that is going to Robin. Sounds good, Adam. I'll have to check that out. And we're going to have an auto here. And it is going to be a little Patrick Williams rookie of the Chicago Bulls going to a Robin. Nice little Revolution auto right there. Kyle Lowry of the Raptors, followed by Kevin Durant of the Brooklyn Nets, Zach LaVine of the Chicago Bulls, and then we're going to have a little bit of Miles Bridges, and that is going to be an out of 75 of the Charlotte Hornets going to Paul. Following that up with a James Weissman RC of the Golden State Warriors going to Sean. Yusuf Nurkic of the Trailblazers, followed by Kemba Walker of the Celtics, Gordon Hayward of the Hornets. Then we're going to be having Oleksiy Pokusevski Groove RC of the Oklahoma City Thunder going to Robin. Following that up with a rookie revolution, Aaron Naismith of the Boston Celtics also going to Robin. Marvin Bagley of the Kings, Tobias Harris of the 76ers, Rui Hachimura of the Wizards, a rookie revolution, Kira Lewis Jr. of the New Orleans Pelicans going to Sean, followed up by Tyler Bay of the Dallas Mavericks headed to Jessica. Bradley Beal of the Washington Wizards, followed by D'Angelo Russell of the Timberwolves, Andre Drummond of the Cavaliers. Then we're going to have a D'Angelo Russell, and that is a groove edition of the Minnesota Timberwolves heading to Carl, followed up by a Vortex, Kyle Lowry of the Toronto Raptors, and that is going to Danny. Giannis of the Milwaukee Bucks, followed by Kawhi Leonard of the Clippers, Kyle Kuzma of the Lakers, a little Kevin Love fractal edition of the Cavaliers heading to a Robin, and then we have Xavier Tillman of the Memphis Grizzlies going to Jessica. Tim Hardaway Jr. of the Mavs, followed by Brooke Lopez of the Bucks, Lou Williams of the Clippers. Then we have a De'Aaron Fox Astro of the Sacramento Kings going to Carl, followed by a Shockwave Revolution Rudy Gobert of the Utah Jazz going to Danny. Kelly Oubre Jr. of the Warriors, Chris Middleton of the Bucks, CJ McCollum of the Trailblazers, and then boom, shakalaka! He came in like a mellow ball. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. And that is a little Mellow Ball Astro. Mellow Ball Astro edition right there. And boom goes that dynamite. We are going to mag that bad boy up for Paul. Nice hit right there. And the Saute Selection sticker. Following that up, we have a Malachi Flynn RC of the Toronto Raptors going to Danny. All right, let's run down some of our veterans. We have the Astro Fred VanVleet of the Raptors, the DeMontis Sabonis Vortex edition, followed by the Groove D'Angelo Russell of the Timberwolves. Then we're going to have a Vortex Kyle Lowry of the Toronto Raptors, followed by a Fractal Kevin Love of the Cleveland Cavaliers. Then we have a De'Aaron Fox of the Sacramento Kings headed to Carl, and Rudy Gobert of the Utah Jazz Shockwave Revolution. And now onto this rookie rundown. We're going to have the James Weissman RC of the Golden State Warriors, followed by a Groove Oleski Pukusevsky of the Oklahoma City Thunder going to Robin, the Aaron Naismith Rookie Revolution of the Boston Celtics, following that up with Kira Lewis Jr. Rookie Revolution of the New Orleans Pelicans. Then we're going to have a Tyler Bay of the Dallas Mavericks RC, Xavier Tillman RC of the Memphis Grizzlies, and Malachi Flynn of the Toronto Raptors RC to wrap up that rookie rundown. And now let's go check out our featured cards. We have the Sunburst out of 75, Miles Bridges of the Charlotte Hornets going to Paul. And then we have a little Patrick Williams RC auto. Little Patrick Williams auto. And you know what, folks? That's a nice hit right there. Unfortunately, it's not numbered, but still a great hit for the Bulls going to Robin. And then he came in like a mellow ball. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. And that is the Astro LaMelo Ball of the Charlotte Hornets. Nice hit right there to wrap up break 1254. To wrap up break 1254, we will be right back in 3 minutes with break 1255. Alrighty, we are back with some more Revolution basketball. This is going to be break 1255. Break 1255, but first we'll do the randomization for football. I see that, Paul, with the Hornets again. All right, can we get a countdown?
Sure. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It is Thomas Cisneros.
Thomas getting the giveaway for football. Let's see what he's got here. And it's going to be a Topps Stadium Club, 2021 Topps Stadium Club. Dominic Smith of the Mets. Wow, some of these. Superstar duos, Yadier Molina and Paul Goldschmidt. Lou Gehrig, Fernando Tatis Jr., Yadier Molina, and Ichiro. Wow, those are... I don't like those at all. Yep. Paul, we're in right here in Rochester, New York. Here we go. This is break 1255, the 2021 Revolution Pick Your Team. Pascal Siakam of the Raptors, Luka Doncic of the Mavs, Christian Wood of the Rockets, and Eric Gordon, and that is going to be an Astro, Eric Gordon of the Houston Rockets, headed to Mr. CEO, followed by a rookie Revolution, Isaac Okoro of the Cleveland Cavaliers, going to Eugene. Eugene, welcome to BreakTraders. Thanks for joining us. And if you're new at BreakTraders, you can use promo code NEWBT for 20% off your first purchase. 100%, yeah, the Finger Lakes are amazing. I spend a lot of time down there. James Harden of the Rockets, Ben Simmons of the 76ers, Miles Bridges of the Hornets. And then, Paul, I think it's time for you to go to the casino. He came in like a mellow ball. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Nice hit for LaMelo Ball, back-to-back RCs. Let's see if that one is magtastic as well. I think it is. Nice LaMelo Ball hit. The Saute seal of approval right there. I forget what I called it the other day. The Saute sticker, but I called it something else. Then we have a little bit of a Kenyon Martin Jr. RC of the Houston Rockets to Mr. CEO. Aaron Baines of the Raptors, Mitchell Robinson of the Knicks, Devin Booker of the Suns, a Kawhi Leonard, and that's going to be a groove. Kawhi Leonard of the Los Angeles Clippers to Harry Hood, followed by a Shockwave, Karl Anthony Towns of the Minnesota Timberwolves going to Paul. The sizzle sticker. Yes, the sizzle sticker. I love all y'all. You are amazing. Joel Embiid of the 76ers, Bam Adebayo of the Heat, Nikola Vukovic of the Magic, Pascal Siakam, and that's going to be a little lava out of 10. The little lava out of 10, and that is getting the boom, boom, booms. No sizzle sticker for that, but that's definitely getting the boom booms. And then we have a Peyton Pritchard RC of the Boston Celtics going to Phil. Buddy Hield of the Kings, Trae Young of the Atlanta Hawks, Anthony Davis of the Lakers, and holy hell, we have another auto, it appears. Followed by a Vortex, Jason Tatum of the Boston Celtics. But don't sit down yet, Phil, because we have they just tricked me. Aaron Naismith, RC of the Celtics, and that's a Galactic edition. Holy hell, though, that is something huge. That is a Galactic edition. My mistake. Phil, get excited. Stand up, jump around, because you are getting a sizzle sticker. I didn't realize. Holy hell. I'm like, oh, wow, they tricked me. Wow. There we go. And folks, I would expect some more hits out of Revolution going forward. I've opened, like, I bought a full, 2 different 8-box inner cases because we have Revolution all week this week and next week. I just love Revolution. It's a fun product. It's a good product. And Zion Williamson of the Pelicans, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander of the Thunder, Steph Curry of the Warriors, followed by DeMar DeRozan Fractal of the San Antonio Spurs going to Henry, followed by a Jalen Smith of the Phoenix Suns going to Henry as well. Colin Sexton of the Cavs, Brandon Clark of the Grizzlies, Brandon Ingram of the Pelicans, Jonas Valanciunas, Astro edition of the Memphis Grizzlies going to Lynn, followed by a Vortex, Chris Paul of the Phoenix Suns going to Henry as well. And here we are onto our last pack, and I don't know if we can get much hotter. Aaron Gordon of the Magic, Davis Bertans of the Wizards, DeJounte Murray of the Spurs, a Peyton Pritchard Astro RC of the Boston Celtics going to Phil, followed by a Desmond Bane RC of the Memphis Grizzlies going to Lynn. And here we go. Let's run down some of these vets. We have the Eric Gordon Astro of the Houston Rockets, followed by a Kawhi Leonard Groove of the Clippers, a Karl Anthony Towns Shockwave Revolution of the Timberwolves. Then we have a little Jason Tatum Vortex of the Boston Celtics, followed by a Fractal DeMar DeRozan of the San Antonio Spurs, an Astro Jonas Valanciunas of the Grizzlies, and a Vortex Chris Paul of the Suns. And now our rookie rundown. Desmond Bane of the Grizzlies, a Peyton Pritchard Astro of the Celtics, Jalen Smith of the Phoenix Suns, Peyton Pritchard of the Celtics, Kenyon Martin of the Houston Rockets, and a rookie Revolution, Isaac Okoro of the Cavaliers. And now we're on to our featured cards. Which, just when you think, 6 out of 10, Pascal Siakam of the Raptors. Like, oh, or 8, yeah, 6 out of 10 right there, the lava. Great hit going to Henry. And then to jump over that, we have a came in like a mellow ball. Rookie Revolution, LaMelo Ball. And usually that would be the best hit out of a Revolution hit. But no, we have the Galactic Aaron Naismith RC. Both of those getting the sizzle stickers. And we will be right back. That is the end of break 1255. We'll be back from the Foctagon with a personal. Alrighty, T-Man is here and he is ready to rumble. Let's get this UFC Select Hobby Hybrid Personal rocking and rolling. 4 packs per box, 6 cards per pack. And he is ready to rumble! We have Tyron Woodley welterweight edition, followed by Stipe Miocic of the heavyweights, a Michael Chiesa welterweight, a octagon side Curtis Blades heavyweight right there, followed by a premier bantamweight Jose Aldo. That's a nice hit as well. Following that up, we have a Darren Till 1 out of 199 octagon side. Boom, boom, boom. Let's get that the boom booms in this nice Foctagon. And now we're on to the second pack in T-Man's personal here. And folks, we do have more UFC available for personals on the website. Dustin Poirier of lightweight, followed by Michael Piera RC welterweight edition, followed by Aspen Ladd bantamweight, Glover Teixeira light heavyweight, a premier Stephen Thompson welterweight, and then we have the red disco out of 199, Cynthia Calvillo flyweight. Dominic Cruz bantamweight, Rob Font bantamweight, Kamat Chimaev welterweight RC right there, followed by Jared Cannonier middleweight, a disco featherweight Kelvin Qatar, and then a disco featherweight premier level, and that is Zabit Magomedasharipov. Wow, that was a mouthful of consonants. And here we go into the next UFC, or the last pack in this one. We have a Dan Ige featherweight RC right there. And then we have Curtis Blades heavyweight, Jack Hermanson middleweight, Shogun Rua light heavyweight, a blue premier level Volkan Oezdemir, and that is going to be out of 99. Nice premier level hit right there. Following that up with a silver RC, Martin Vittori. Alrighty, let's run this down. We'll run down some of our vets hit. We have the premier level Disco Zabit from the featherweight class, a Calvin Qatar featherweight Disco, a little silver premier welterweight Stephen Thompson, a premier bantamweight Jose Aldo, and an octagon side Curtis Blades heavyweight. Our rookie rundown, we have the middleweight Martin Vittori, silver, Danny Ige, RC of the featherweights, Kazmat Chimaev, welterweight, and Michael Pereira, welterweight. And look at that, just him going to knee that guy in the face. Definitely don't want to be on the receiving end of that one. And then we have two reds out of 199. We have the Darren Till octagon side middleweight out of 199 and Cynthia Calvillo flyweight out of 199, followed by the out of 99 Volkan Oezdemir premier style of the light heavyweight. And there we have it, folks. That is the end of T-Man's personal break. And with that, we are moving on to a pack random that ends up being a personal. We're using the wrong sideline up there. You have it as what weight class random? Oh, sorry. We are on to the next break. Perfect. We are on to the next break, and right before we do this break 1240, we will do our next show. Keyword giveaway. And as soon as that goes in the chat, you'll have 1 minute to guess. The keyword is school. No correct guesses yet. And with that, show giveaway guessing has ended. Finally, we snuck through one. And folks, we got 2 spots left in that Select Basketball Pick Your Team Plus Random. You can get 25% off that using the promo code in the chat. And we got 2 spots left in the next UFC Pack Random. And you can use the promo code in the chat for that as well. Alrighty, here we go. This is break 1240. It is a pack random, but all 4 spots were grabbed by Christopher, which means we don't have to randomize anything. We will just open this for Chris. Felice Herrig strawweight, Nate Diaz welterweight, a Brandon Moreno RC flyweight right there, followed up by a Holly Holm bantamweight, a premier level Robbie Lawyer welterweight, and then we have a red out of 199 featherweight Chan Sung Jung premier level right there. We have the featherweight Brian Ortega, followed by Anthony Smith, light heavyweight, a Jermaine de Romain bantamweight, an octagon side Conor McGregor. Lightweight right there. Nice hit right there, I'm sure. Followed up by a premier level Khabib Nurmagomedov lightweight. Wow, those guys hate each other. Followed by a silver premier Peter Yan bantamweight. Derek Brunson, middleweight, followed by Paul Acosta, middleweight. Then we have a Francis Ngannou, heavyweight, followed by Corey Sandhag, bantamweight. And then we're going to have a green bantamweight out of 5. Woo! Out of 5, that's Corey Sandhagen. We're going to give that a sizzle sticker right there. Just due to the low number. And then we have a Disco Holly Holm octagon side. A Disco Holly Holm octagon side right there. Let's go try to do some research. About $8 for that. Not bad, though. And here we go. Our last pack in this one. We have a Bryce Mitchell featherweight RC, followed up by Kelvin Qatar featherweight, Justin Gaitha lightweight, Volkan Ozdemir light heavyweight, a Disco strawweight Joanna Jerdzik, and then we have a Disco Premier Diego Ferreira RC. Alrighty, let's run down some of these vets we got. We got the Disco Joanna Jerdzik strawweight, the Silver Peter Yan bantamweight premier level, a premier level Khabib, a featherweight out of 99 Chan Sung Jung, and a premier level welterweight Robbie Lawler. Then we have our rookie rundown. We have the Disco Diego Ferreira lightweight, followed by Bryce Mitchell featherweight and Brandon Moreno flyweight. And now on to our featured cards. We have 2 octagon sides. We have the Conor McGregor lightweight and Holly Holm bantamweight. And last but not least, our first mag out of UFC, we have the 3 of 5 bantamweight Corey Sandhagen. And with that, we are done with break 1240. Done with break 1240. And we will be back in 5 minutes with some certified football hobby. Alrighty, we are back. We are back with some certified football. Before we do that, we will do our next keyword giveaway and that is going to be school. Type school in the chat. Oh, Cynthia, I sent that photo to my fantasy football group chat and they loved it. It was that's one of the many amazing things you can find in our Discord channel. The link is in the chat for that one. Type school in the chat now. All right. All righty. John, can we get a countdown on school?
Sure. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It is Michael Warner.
Michael Warner getting the 2016 Panini Contenders draft picks. We have Mr. Melvin Gordon. Melvin Gordon, followed up by a little Cody Kessler right there. Then we have a Joey Bosa school colors, an old school colors, Adrian Peterson, Aaron Green, game day, and then Tyler Irvin. All right, so of those, I think only like 2 or 3 of them are still in the league, but cool throwback pack nonetheless. And you know what? I'm feeling generous here, so let's do we'll drop a Chronicles blaster in there. 2020 Chronicles football blaster. We'll toss that in the giveaway pot as well. There we go. 5 cards per pack. And we got 2, 4, 8 packs right there. Yeah, Harry, I'm out here basically giving away products for y'all. And here we go. This is break 1317, the 2021 Certified Football One Box Pick Your Team. Any breaks that close after this point will be after BT Late Night. We'll need to take that break to get rocking and rolling again. It looks like we've got quite a few close to clothing. 1 spot left in the UFC pack random. 2 spots left in the Select Basketball Hobby One Box Pick Your Team plus random. Would love to see that close. 8 spots left in the Prism Basketball Hobby One Box Pick Your Team plus random as well. We have Brandon Ayuk of the San Francisco 49ers, followed by a Stars Alvin Kamara of the Saints going to Cynthia. Then we have Patrick Mahomes of the Kansas City Chiefs and Stephon Diggs of the Buffalo Bills. Here we go. Bang! Rashad Bateman out of 125 of the Baltimore Ravens. And that is going to Steve. Congratulations, Steve. T-Man loving the UFC products. We have Darius Slayton of the Giants. Following that up with a Justin Herbert Gold Team of the Los Angeles Chargers going to Steve. Then we have Mr. Joe Mixon of the Cincinnati Bengals and Delvin Cook of the Minnesota Vikings. And then here we go. Another auto. This is a mirrors auto, and it is Michael Dean Perry of the Cleveland Browns going to John. Mirror, mirror on the wall. Who's the best team of them all? That's going to be the Buffalo Bills. DeAndre Swift of the Lions, followed by an Elijah Vera Tucker, RC of the New York Jets, going to Mr. CEO. We got a filler card in there. Then we have a dark horse, Devontae Adams of the Green Bay Packers, and that is heading to Cynthia, followed by DK Metcalf of the Seahawks and Daniel Jones of the New York Giants. Brandon Cooks of the Texans, Taysom Hill of the Saints, a 2021 graffiti, Justin Herbert out of 99 of the Chargers, and that is going to Steve. Following that up, we have J.K. Dobbins of the Ravens and Aaron Rodgers of the Packers. Drew Lock of the Broncos, a Kylan Granison RC of the Indianapolis Colts out of 25, and that is going to Cynthia, followed by an Amari Cooper seal of approval of the Dallas Cowboys going to Gabriel. Then we have David Johnson of the Texans and Mike Evans of the Buccaneers. I will see what I can do to get that closed for Friday, Harry. Then we have a Cam Akers of the Los Angeles Rams. Cam Akers of the Rams, followed by a Nick Chubb Gold Team of the Cleveland Browns going to John, followed up by Josh Allen of the Buffalo Bills and Miles Sanders of the Eagles. And then here we go. A Josh Palmer, New Generations of the Los Angeles Chargers out of 99, headed to Steve. Jamison Crowder of the Jets, followed by Russell Wilson out of 299 of the Seattle Seahawks going to Josh, followed by a little Kyler Murray graffiti action of the Arizona Cardinals headed to Steve. Then we have Alvin Kamara of the Saints and Tyreek Hill of the Kansas City Chiefs. We have Lamar Jackson of the Ravens, followed by a Garrett Groshek out of 299. Garrett Groshek out of 299 of the Raiders, and that is going to John. Followed by a 2001 graffiti Devin White of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, headed to Lucas. Then we have DJ Chark of the Jaguars and DeAndre Hopkins of the Arizona Cardinals. We have Devontae Adams of the Packers, followed by a Jeff Okudah out of 99 of the Detroit Lions going to Jordan, followed by a Stars Alvin Kamara out of 149 of the New Orleans Saints heading to Cynthia. Then we have Mr. Josh Jacobs of the Raiders, Tua of the Miami Dolphins to finish out that pack. And we're on to the last pack here. Deshaun Watson of the Houston Texans. We're going to have a redemption here. Followed by a seal of approval, DeAndre Hopkins of the Arizona Cardinals going to Steve. Chase Young of the Washington Football Team and Nick Chubb of the Cleveland Browns. And here we go. Here is the redemption. And it is going to be a freshman fabrics mirror signatures. Kyle Pitts of the Atlanta Falcons going to Chris. Nice redemption hit right there for sure. Alrighty, now our rookie rundown. Garrett Groshek, Kylan Grandison out of 25, and Elijah Vera Tucker. The Jets going to Mr. CEO. The Raiders heading to John. And Kylan Grandison of the Colts headed to Cynthia. And now on to our featured cards. Our featured vets, we have the mirror signatures out of 199, and then the 2021 graffiti out of 99. Justin Herbert of the Chargers heading to Steve, and Michael Dean Perry of the Browns headed to John. And last but not least, we have our New Generations patches, Rashad Bateman and Josh Palmer. And then a redemption freshman fabric mirror signatures. Josh Palmer out of 99 of the Chargers going to Steve. Rashad Bateman out of 125 of the Baltimore Ravens to Steve as well. And Mr. Kyle Pitts of the Atlanta Falcons headed to Chris. And with that, we are done with break 1317. We'll be right back from the Octagon. We're back and ready for some UFC, but first we're going to do our next TV show keyword. Playoffs, and just wait for it to be in the chat. Friday Night Lights is incorrect. Jesus. It's gone. Shannon has it with Titletown. Shannon getting a Stadium Club baseball. Joey Votto of the Cincinnati Reds, followed by Clint Frazier of the New York Yankees, Don Mattingly of the Yankees. Oh, this one's stuck together. Followed by a Victor Robles right there, and then JT Realmuto of Philadelphia. Shannon, did you watch Titletown High? And if so, what did you think of it? Like how special, Harry? I'll sleeve that up for sure. And we are getting ready here for this next break, 1285. I watched it, we watched it in like 2 days. They're 30-minute episodes, which is always nice and easy. So here we go. This is break 1285. 1285, the 2021 Select Hobby Hybrid H2 UFC Random. UFC weight class random. All right, how this works is we'll randomize the 8 participants, and then the top 5 that only have the men's divisions, we'll randomize for straw weight. So let's see how many times we're going to randomize the top 8. That's going to be 7 times. Oh, man, because of 1 second, folks. We will be right back. Have to complete payment because it's September 1st. Well, I will keep the keep this on the screen. Sorry about that, folks. I hate that it just doesn't charge you monthly. That is the one complaint about them. Though I guess I could just load up a year's worth. All right, the credit is topped up. Now I just got to set up the... All righty. Seven times. Sorry about that delay, folks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. All right, so we are going to be randomizing between Phil, Shannon, Tony, Sean, and Shannon for that featherweight spot. Or for that strawweight spot. Let's see how many times we're going to randomize that one. And that's going to be 8 times. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8, and that is going to Shannon. Alrighty. And with that, we are ready to rock. Alexander Rakshich, light heavyweight. Israel Adesanya, middleweight. Derek Lewis, heavyweight. Followed by a Petir Yan, bantamweight. We have the premier level lightweight Conor McGregor, followed by the red premier level Germain de Randamie bantamweight, and that is out of 199. That is going to be heading to Sean. That Conor McGregor lightweight was going to Shannon. We have a Diego Ferrara lightweight RC, and that is going to be going to Shannon, followed by a Rodolfo Vera middleweight RC headed to Tony. Then we have a Khabib lightweight, and that is going to Shannon, followed by an octagon side Max Holloway of the featherweights going to Tony. And then we've got a premier Alexander Volkov heavyweight, and that is heading to Phil, followed up by the red octagon side Stipe Miocic heavyweight going to Phil as well. We have Magomed Ankalaev RC light heavyweight right there going to Shannon, followed by the Zhang Willie strawweight headed to Shannon, Brock Lesnar heavyweight going to Phil. Then we have a flyweight Joseph Benavidez going to Tony, followed by the out of 99 Ryan Spahn light heavyweight RC, and that is going to Shannon. Then we have a silver Donald Cerrone welterweight, and that is going to be heading to Sean. On to our last pack here. And if you see, folks, we moved up 320. So we'll have another UFC break here before we get to it. Jan Blachowicz, light heavyweight, heading to Shannon. Yair Rodriguez, featherweight, going to Tony. Robert Whittaker, middleweight, headed to Tony. Chris Weidman, middleweight, going to Tony as well. A disco Stipe Miocic, heavyweight, headed to Phil. Followed up by a premier level disco Jorge Masvidal, welterweight, going to Sean. All right, let's run these rookies down. The light heavyweight Magomed Ankalaev headed to Shannon. Rodolfo Vera, middleweight, headed to Tony. And then Diego Ferrara, lightweight, headed to Shannon. And on to our featured cards. We have the red premier level Germain de Randamie, followed by the blue Ryan Spahn out of 99. That light heavyweight going to Shannon, and the bantamweight Germain headed to Sean. And then last but not least, we have two octagon sides. We have the Max Holloway featherweight octagon side and the Stipe Miocic heavyweight out of 199. That one's going to be going to Phil, and Max Holloway with the featherweight is going to be headed to Tony. And with that, we are done with break number 1285. Done with break number 1285. We will be back with break 1288 from BT Field in just a moment. Alrighty, we've got some more certified football pick your team. Some certified football pick your team. This is the last of 3 breaks before we switch over to BT late night and take a little break. but we'll run our next keyword giveaway, and that is going to be playoffs. Playoffs, playoffs, playoffs. All right, give us a countdown from 10, John.
Okay, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It is Jonathan Horvath.
Jonathan, let's see what we've got for Jonathan. A Chronicles football. Aaron Rodgers of the Packers. Marshall Falk of the Rams. A Chase Young RC of the Washington football team right there. Followed by a DeAndre Swift RC and a Tua RC. Not a bad little blaster pack right there. And with that, we are going to get started here with break 1288, the 2021 certified one box pick your team. Aaron Donald of the Rams, a dark horse Stephon Diggs of the Buffalo Bills going to John, followed by Mr. Baker Mayfield of the Cleveland Browns. Baker Mayfield of the Cleveland Browns. Then we got Calvin Ridley of the Atlanta Falcons. And we have a memorabilia ready to go. And that is going to be a new generation Michael Carter out of 299 of the New York Jets, headed to Steve. Dak Prescott of the Cowboys, an Elijah Vera Tucker out of 99 of the New York Jets going to Steve. Mr. Tom Brady, seal of approval of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers going to RJ. Then we have Russell Wilson of the Seahawks and Jalen Reagor of the Eagles. His name is Julio Jones, followed by a Chaz Surratt out of 199 of the Minnesota Vikings, headed to Haley. Then we have a filler card in there, followed by a Stars of the Arizona Cardinals going to BMWs. Following that up with T. Higgins of the Bengals and Justin Jefferson of the Minnesota Vikings. James Robinson of the Jaguars, Kyler Murray of the Arizona Cardinals, followed by a Stars out of 249, Minnesota Delvin Cook of the Vikings, headed to Haley. Then we have Carson Wentz of the Colts and Rob Gronkowski of the Buccaneers. Keenan Allen of the Chargers, followed by a little David Montgomery out of 199 of the Chicago Bears, headed to Haley. Then we have a gold team, DK Metcalf of the Seattle Seahawks, and that is going to Lucas. Following that up, we have Darren Waller of the Raiders and Devin Singletary of the Buffalo Bills. Halfway through this break. Myles Gaskin of the Dolphins. Myles Gaskin of the Miami Dolphins, followed by a 2001 graffiti, Cam Akers of the Rams, headed to Brooks. Following that up with Terry McLaurin of the Washington Football Team and Odell Beckham Jr. of the Cleveland Browns. And next up, we have a piece of the game, and that is Mr. Christian Kirk out of 249 of the Arizona Cardinals, going to BMWs. Allen Robinson of the Bears. Allen Robinson of the Bears. Followed up by Dak Prescott, dark horse of the Dallas Cowboys, headed to Gordon. Then we have Mr. Travis Kelce of the Kansas City Chiefs and Tyler Lockett of the Seattle Seahawks. And here we go. Our next card is going to be a mirror auto Uchenna Nwaso of the Los Angeles Chargers, and that is going to Lucas. Three packs left. Myles Garrett of the Browns. Then we have a Jake Funk. Uptown Funk Yup of the Los Angeles Rams, headed to Brooks. A filler right there, followed by a seal of approval, Justin Jefferson of the Minnesota Vikings, going to Haley. Then we have Saquon Barkley of the Giants and Marlon Humphreys of the Ravens. DJ Moore of the Carolina Panthers, followed by an Elijah Vera Tucker of the New York Jets. And that is going to be heading to Steve. Followed by a gold team, Christian McCaffrey out of 50 of the Carolina Panthers, going to Lucas. Aaron Jones of the Packers and Michael Pittman of the Colts. Ryan Tannehill of the Tennessee Titans, followed up by a Stars, A.J. Brown of the Titans right there. Then we have Tom Brady of the Buccaneers and Clyde Edwards-Helaire of the Chiefs. And next up, we're going to have a rookie patch auto freshman fabrics. That's Rondale Moore of the Arizona Cardinals out of 299. Alrighty, let's run these rookies down. We have Elijah Vera Tucker of the New York Jets, and that's going to Steve RC, followed by Jake Funk of the Rams, headed to Brooks. Chaz Surratt of the Minnesota Vikings out of 199, headed to Haley, and then Elijah Vera Tucker of the New York Jets, headed to Steve. And now on to our featured cards. First, we have the gold team. The gold team, Christian McCaffrey out of 50. Then we have a piece of the game, and that is Christian Kirk out of 249. And then a mirror signatures, Uchenna Nwaso of the Los Angeles Chargers. The Los Angeles Chargers going to Lucas. The Carolina Panthers, to Lucas, and the Arizona Cardinals to BMWs. And then our final two hits are both patches. One's a rookie patch auto. That is Rondale Moore out of 299 of the Arizona Cardinals to BMWs. And then we have Michael Carter out of 299 with the New Generation. And that is going to be headed to Steve. And with that, we are done with break 1288. We'll be right back with break 1318 of Pick Your Division. Alrighty, folks. Here we go. This is break 1318, the 2021 Certified Football One Box Pick Your Division. We have Mr. CEO with the AFC East and the AFC North. Then we have Steve with the AFC South, followed by Daniel with the AFC West, Steven with the NFC East, Haley with the NFC North, Lucas with the NFC South, and Mr. CEO with the NFC West. And while I'm opening this, we will get the teams loaded up that you are assigned to on the left side of the screen, and then we will rock and roll. Thank you, John. Can't do it without John and Dan here. Super flexible, always adhering to the needs of the BT community as communicated by me. Alrighty, we have Sam Darnold of the Carolina Panthers. Sam Darnold of the Panthers, followed by a little bit of a dark horse, and that is DeAndre Hopkins of the Arizona Cardinals going to Mr. CEO. Then we have Antonio Gibson of the Washington Football Team and Baker Mayfield of the Browns. And then our memorabilia is going to be a New Generation, and that is Josh Palmer of the Chargers. Josh Palmer of the Chargers, and that is going to Daniel. They really are the best, Haley. I agree. They're also probably the two people I spend the most time in my life with outside of my fiance. Josh Allen of the Jaguars. Christian Barmore out of 50 of the New England Patriots RC. And that is headed to Mr. CEO. Followed by a little seal of approval, Christian McCaffrey of the Carolina Panthers going to Lucas. Then we have Calvin Ridley of the Atlanta Falcons, and Russell Wilson of the Seattle Seahawks. J.J. Watt of the Arizona Cardinals, followed by Jacob Harris of the Rams RC going to Mr. CEO. Then we have a little Josh Allen Stars, he sure is, of the Buffalo Bills going to Mr. CEO as well, followed by Jalen Reagor of the Eagles and T. Higgins of the Bengals. Justin Herbert of the Chargers, Jonnu Smith of the Patriots. Then we have the out of 249 of the Carolina Panthers. That's a little Stars, Christian McCaffrey, followed by Justin Jefferson of the Vikings and Carson Wentz of the Colts. David Montgomery of the Bears, followed by a Daniel Jones out of 199 of the New York Giants going to Steven. Then we have Mr. DeAndre Hopkins of the Arizona Cardinals Gold Team headed to Mr. CEO, followed by Rob Gronkowski of the Bucks and Darren Waller of the Raiders. Chase Claypool of the Steelers, followed by a graffiti Miles Sanders of the Philadelphia Eagles. Then we have a little Devin Singletary of the Bills and Terry McLaurin of the Washington football team. And underneath it all, we have a pieces of the game out of 249. Cole Kmet of the Chicago Bears going to Haley. Not the bear Haley was looking for, but a great member of the Notre Dame Fighting Irish. Robbie Anderson of the Panthers. Followed by a dark horse, Derrick Henry of the Tennessee Titans going to Steven. Followed by an Odell Beckham Jr. of the Browns, Travis Kelce of the Chiefs. And then we're going to have a auto, and it is going to be a Mirror Signatures Devin Duvernay out of 45 of the Baltimore Ravens going to Mr. CEO. Derrick Henry of the Tennessee Titans, Marquez Stevenson, RC of the Buffalo Bills, headed to CEO. Followed up by a seal of approval, Aaron Rodgers of the Green Bay Packers going to Haley. Then we have Tyler Lockett of the Seahawks and Saquon Barkley of the Giants. 2 packs left in this one. Aaron Donald of the Rams. And out of 249, David Johnson of the Houston Texans. And then a out of 25 gold team. Nice hit right there. Trying to see if it doesn't look like any have been sold yet, but very, very nice hit right there. And that is going to be going to Daniel. Followed up by Marlon Humphrey of the Ravens and Aaron Jones of the Green Bay Packers. Dak Prescott of the Cowboys. A Stars, Derrick Henry of the Tennessee Titans going to Steven. Following that up with Michael Pittman of the Colts and Tom Brady of the Buccaneers. And then we're going to have our last hit. And it is going to be a freshman Fabrics Davis Mills rookie patch auto out of 299 of the Houston Texans. And that is going to be going to Steven. Alrighty, our rookie rundown. We have Marquez Stevenson out of 399 of the Buffalo Bills to Mr. CEO, and Jacob Harris out of 299 of the Rams going to Daniel. And now on to our featured cards. We'll start with our veteran hits. The Mirror Signatures, Devin Duvernay out of 245. The Cole Kmet Pieces of the Game out of 249. And the Justin Herbert Gold Team out of 25. Justin Herbert of the Chargers headed to Daniel. Devin Duvernay of the Ravens headed to Mr. CEO. And Cole Kmet of the Bears headed to Haley. And now on to our rookies. We have Josh Palmer, New Generation patch. The Davis Mills rookie patch auto, and the out of 50 Christian Barmore of the Patriots to Mr. CEO, Davis Mills of the Texans to Steven, and Josh Palmer of the Chargers headed to Daniel. And with that, we are done with break 1318. We'll be right back from the Foctagon with a pack random. We are back with some UFC. UFC in the house. Yes, it is. Alrighty. And here we go. We have to randomize the users, and then we will randomize the packs that they get. So this is going to be break 1320. 1320. We're going to randomize the users and then the packs. Let's see how many times we're randomizing this. It's going to be 10 times. Two, three, 4, 5. There we go. It's going to go T-Man, Shannon, T-Man, and T-Man. And now we will open this up and we will randomize the packs based on we have the 4 packs here. So that'll be pack 1. Pack 2 right there. You can see pack 1 and pack 2 on the screen. Pack 3 right there. We'll leave that here. And pack 4 right there. So you can see all those on the bottom left-hand corner. And now we will randomize those and match them up with the other order. One second here, folks. Alrighty, we have to randomize the packs 13, 20, and that is going to be the packs P1, P2, P3, and P4. Alrighty, 7 times. Bang. Alrighty, so it's going to be order pack 1, pack 4, pack 2, pack 3. So T-Man going to get pack 1, pack 2, and pack 3, and Shannon getting pack 4. Alrighty. And here you can see the verification of the users, so you know that they matched up. Alrighty, so here we go. We're going to open up pack number 1 for T-Man. Caitlin Chuk again, flyweight. Jakar Souza, middleweight. The Ryan Spann RC of the light heavyweight right there. Followed by a Chuck Liddell light heavyweight. A blue Premier Jermaine De Armandjic out of 99 of the bantamweight. And then a silver Jiri Prochazka light heavyweight right there. And we're on to pack number 2, which is a T-Man pack. Robert Whitaker, middleweight. Chris Weidman, middleweight. A Yuri Prochazka light heavyweight RC, followed by a lightweight Paul Felder, a premier heavyweight Cain Velasquez, and a premier out of 199 bantamweight, and that is going to be Rob Font. And pack number 3 right here, also going to T-Man. Elijah Sterling, bantamweight. Frankie Edgar, bantamweight. Donald Cerrone, welterweight. A octagon side RC Magomed Ankalaev, light heavyweight. Followed by a premier level Devison Figueroa, flyweight. Then we have a silver flyweight Valentia Shevchenko. All right, and here we go. The last pack. Cody Garbrandt, bantamweight. Marlon Moraes, bantamweight. Devson Figueroa, flyweight. Chansung Jung, featherweight. A disco Alexander Volkanovski, featherweight right there. And then a premier level disco Khabib, lightweight, going to Shannon. All right, we're going to run these down starting with pack 4. Pack 4, we have the Khabib lightweight right there, disco premier level. The disco featherweight by Alexander. A Chan Sung Jung featherweight. Devson Figueroa flyweight. Marlon Moraes bantamweight. And Cody Garbrandt bantamweight. Pack number 3, we have the silver flyweight Valentina Shevchenko premier level. The Devson Figueroa flyweight right there. Then we have the octagon side RC Magomed Ankalaev. That one, this pack number 3, going to T-Man. Followed by Donald Cerrone, Frankie Edgar, and Aljamain Sterling. And here we go. We have the premier level Rob Font out of 199. This is pack number 2 going to T-Man. Followed up by Yuri Prokazar RC, a premier level Cain Velasquez. Then we have the lightweight Paul Felder, middleweight Chris Weidman, and middleweight Rob Whitaker. And on to the final pack. We have Yuri Prochazka RC, followed by a blue Jermaine de Randeman bantamweight out of 99. This is the final pack number 1. Had to do a Ryan Spann light heavyweight. Then we have Chuck Liddell light heavyweight, Jakar Souza middleweight, and Caitlin Chuk again flyweight. And with that, we are done with break 1320. Done with break 1320. We're going to take about a 12-minute break here. A 12-minute break and be back with our next round of eBay breaks. See you in 12 minutes. We are back with some Break Traders late night. Some Break Traders late night. We got 2 baseball breaks, 2 football breaks, 2 basketball breaks, and then some select basketball right after that. In addition, you can get into more breaks on our website at BreakTraders.com. Tonight, we're running 30% off our UFC breaks using the promo code that is in the chat. And then we are also, that is promo code UFC30. And then off select basketball, Prism basketball, and certified football, you can get 25% off using promo code September or SEPT125. In addition, join us for our Panini Black release party tomorrow night. Use promo code BLKPAN30 for 30% off those breaks. That closes tomorrow. That promo code expires tomorrow night at 11:59. In addition, we've got an Instagram giveaway for Panini Black that we would love to see y'all get in. In the meantime, here we are. It is BT Park. BT Park. And we have some Absolute Baseball. This is break 1256. The 2021 Absolute Baseball 1 box. Pick your team. Alrighty, let's see what we've got here. We got Kenta Maeda of the Minnesota Twins going to Benjamin. Benjamin, welcome to Break Traders. All new Break Traders customers can use promo code NEWBT for 20% off their first order. We got a bunch of great basketball or baseball breaks on the website. Followed by Kyle Hendricks of the Chicago Cubs heading to Kevin. Whit Merrifield of the Kansas City Royals, and that is going to be heading to Kevin. Followed by Corbin Burns of the Milwaukee Brewers going to Phil. Tyler Glasnow of the Tampa Bay Rays going to Benjamin. Benjamin, welcome to Break Traders. Trevor Bauer of the Dodgers. And then a Brian Anderson of the Miami Marlins out of 199 going to Tammy. Then we've got a rookie class, Alex Kirilloff of the Minnesota Twins. And now let's see what we've got from a memorabilia standpoint. First, we have a Tools of the Trade, Garrett Hampson. Garrett Hampson, Tools of the Trade of the Colorado Rockies. And that is going to Kevin. Kevin, welcome to Break Traders. Nice hit right there. And then, wow, our first just flat auto. That is an Absolute Ink 2 of 5. Gary Sanchez of the New York Yankees going to Jason. Woo! That's getting a sizzle sticker right there. Following that up, we are on to our second mini box in this Absolute Baseball break. Ron, great to see you back. I'm sure that was a Brett, but I could be wrong. Or maybe I just said it. Who knows? Max Fried of the Atlanta Braves going to Ron. Frank Chance of the Chicago Cubs to Kevin. Cody Bellinger of the Dodgers to Lewin. Followed by Kenta Maeda of the Minnesota Twins going to Benjamin. Kyle Hendricks of the Cubs heading to Kevin. And then we have a Jacob deGrom out of 199 of the New York Mets going to Tammy. Then we have Manny Machado. Manny Machado, statistically speaking, of the Padres, headed to Steven. And then an extreme team, Bryce Harper out of 149 of the Philadelphia Phillies, going to Benjamin. And then here we go. It is a Tools of the Trade, Alex Kirilloff out of 99. That is a nice rookie hit right there for the Minnesota Twins, going to Benjamin. Alrighty. And last but not least, this is out of 60 right there, 17 out of 60. And that is going to be a Jose Garcia rookie signatures of the Cincinnati Reds, going to Robert. Alrighty. And because we got a little extra time here, we're going to run this entire break down. We have Kyle Hendricks of the Chicago Cubs to Kevin. Kenta Maeda of the Twins to Benjamin. Cody Bellinger of the Dodgers to Leolin. Then we have Frank Chance of the Cubs to Kevin. Max Fried of the Atlanta Braves going to Ron. Trevor Bauer of the Dodgers headed to Llewellyn. Tyler Glasnow of the Tampa Bay Rays headed to Benjamin. Followed up by Corbin Burns of the Milwaukee Brewers going to Phil. Whit Merrifield of the Kansas City Royals headed to Kevin. Kyle Hendricks of the Chicago Cubs going to Kevin. And then Kenta Maeda of the Minnesota Twins headed to Benjamin. Now our veteran hits. We have Bryce Harper, Extreme Team of the Philadelphia Phillies, going to Benjamin out of 149. The statistically speaking, Manny Machado of the San Diego Padres going to Steven. Then we have Jacob deGrom out of 199 of the New York Mets headed to Tammy. And Brian Anderson out of 199 of the Miami Marlins headed to Tammy as well. Our rookie class is a nice Alex Kirilloff rookie class of the Minnesota Twins going to Benjamin. And now on to our featured cards. The non-numbered Garrett Hampson, Tools of the Trade of the Colorado Rockies to Kevin, followed up by an out of 60 Jose Garcia signatures and an out of 99 Tools of the Trade RC for Alex Kirilloff of the Twins. Alex Kirilloff going to Benjamin. Jose Garcia of the Cincinnati Reds going to Robert, both BT newbies. And remember, if you're new to BreakTraders, you can use promo code NEWBT for 20% off your first purchase. And then just staying hot with Absolute Baseball. Here we go. This is the 2 of 5 Absolute Inc. Gary Sanchez. And that's a New York Yankee, and that is going to Jason. And with that, we are done with break 1256. Done with break 1256. And we are going to do our next keyword giveaway. Alrighty, this is going to be a new show because y'all are cruising through my shows. I don't know why I do more than 2 keywords a show, John.
We had a few that we got all the way through.
Yeah, we sure did. Alrighty, folks, here we go. The keyword is drama. Save the drama for your mama. No correct guesses so far. No correct guesses so far. And with that, show keyword guessing has ended. We're going to take a 3-minute break and we'll be back with our keyword giveaway and then some Prism baseball. Alrighty, we are ready to rock and roll with some Prism baseball. But first, let's do our keyword. Save that drama for your mama. Type drama in the chat. Type drama in the chat. John, can we get a 10-second countdown?
Sure. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It is Cynthia.
Cynthia getting the drama. And it's going to be a little Chronicles football pack. Brian Dawkins, C.D. Lamb of the Cowboys with the Prestige 2020. A little pink Tommy Brady Chronicles, Mr. T. Higgins of the Bengals, and Jerry Jeudy of the Broncos. Alrighty, with that, we're on to break 1257, the 2021 Prism Baseball one box pick your team. And we were rocking and rolling and filling breaks left and right for the gap, and now we've seemed to frozen. So let's get moving. We got 8 spots left in the Prism Basketball Hobby one boxer plus pick your team. One boxer plus pick your team. Hop in to that for 25% off with the link in the bio. We also have a certified division random you can get in for 25% off. 2 certified pick your teams up. We have a select basketball pick your team for 25% off. And then a 3-team random of select basketball for 25% off as well. And then don't forget that we have some UFC for 30% off. UFC for 30% off. All right, we have Andrew Vaughn of the Chicago White Sox going to Edward. Then we RC. Then we have a little Debbie Garcia RC of the New York Yankees going to Adam. Adam, welcome to Break Traders. Followed by Bobby Dalbach of the Boston Red Sox going to Adam as well. Then we have DJ LeMathio of the Yankees, Rise Hoskins of the Phillies, Willie Stargell of the Pirates, Babe Ruth of the Yanks, an old school Ken Griffey Jr. of the Seattle Mariners going to Robert. Following that up, we have JT Realmuto of the Phillies. And then, boom, goes the dynamite. It is Mr. Christian Pache of the Atlanta Braves. And that is going to Leland. Followed by a silver Sam Huff RC of the Texas Rangers going to Brian. And then a sluggers Charlie Blackmon of the Colorado Rockies going to Lucas. We have Ozzie Smith of the St. Louis Cardinals, Justin Verlander of the Houston Astros, a little Logan Gilbert of the Seattle Mariners headed to Robert right there. Then we have Brandon Woodruff of the Brewers, followed by a Clark Schmidt RC of the New York Yankees, followed by Manny Machado of the Padres, a Jorge Mateo RC of the Padres. No problem, Leo. Thanks for joining us tonight. Of the Padres right there. Willie McCovey of the Giants, a fearless Ramon Laureano of the Oakland Athletics to Mr. CEO, followed by a little Jorge Oña RC of the San Diego Padres, and that is headed to Brian. Then we have a blue Ketel Marte of the Arizona Diamondbacks, and that is going to No, followed by a sluggers Teoscar Hernandez of the Toronto Blue Jays going to Brooks. And folks, if you were in break 1288, a certified football break, I'd recommend checking your email. Max Scherzer of the Nationals, followed by an Evan White RC of the Seattle Mariners going to Robert, followed by Paul Goldschmidt of the Cardinals, Justin Turner of the Dodgers, Freddie Freeman of the Braves, Brandon Lowe of the Tampa Bay Rays, a stained glass Michael Trout, a little stained glass Michael Trout of the Los Angeles Angels going to Steven. Nice hit right there. Nice hit right there. Followed by Clayton Kershaw of the Dodgers. A little red, Ramon Urias at a 99 RC of the Baltimore Orioles. Followed by another red, Taylor Jones of the Houston Astros going to Adam. Followed by a rookie class, Dylan Carlson of the St. Louis Cardinals going to Michael. Harry, I emailed that directly to you if you were in there, so you would have got that break. I can shoot you a message on Discord. I'll have to double check to see if you were in that break or not. It's good news for you, though. Eloy Jimenez of the White Sox. Albert Pujols of the Angels. A little Joey Bart RC of the San Francisco Giants going to Adam. Right there. Followed by Noah Syndergaard of the Mets. Then we have Charlie Blackmon of the Rockies. Followed by Josh Fleming of the Tampa Bay Rays. Going to Adam. Then we have Shane Bieber of the Cleveland Guardians. Followed by an illumination, Vlad Guerrero Jr. of the Toronto Blue Jays going to Brooksy. Followed by Yordan Alvarez of the Houston Astros. Then we have Jeff Bagwell Silver. Followed by an emergent Oscar Colas of the... This just says international. So John, if you wouldn't mind looking this player up, Oscar Colas. I will Google him as well. We might have to randomize that. Yes, he will be randomized at the end right here. And then we have a rookie autographs, Tanner Hook of the Boston Red Sox going to Adam. A little silver rookie autographs right there. It says he's still unsigned. Brooks Robinson of the Baltimore Orioles. Victor Gonzalez of the Los Angeles Dodgers. And RC headed to Jeffrey. Followed by a Jose Garcia RC of the Cincinnati Reds going to Cynthia. Then we have Ramon Urias of the Baltimore Orioles headed to Ron. Followed up by Ramon Laureano of the Oakland Athletics. Mike Schmidt of the Phillies. Followed by a Nate Pearson RC. Nate Pearson of the Toronto Blue Jays going to Brooks. Followed up by a Dylan Carlson RC of the St. Louis Cardinals. And then we got a little, he's fearless, Mr. Carlson of the St. Louis Cardinals going to Michael. Followed by Christian Yelich of the Brewers. A little Xander Bogaerts of the Boston Red Sox right there. And followed by a stargazing Marcell Ozuna of the Atlanta Braves headed to Leo. Trevor Bauer of the Dodgers. A little Tanner Hook RC of the Boston Red Sox going to Adam. Followed up by David Peterson of the New York Mets going to Adam as well. Then we have Ryan Weathers of the San Diego Padres. Ryan Weathers of the San Diego Padres headed to Brian. Followed by Mr. Alex Ramirez. Alex Ramirez of the Seattle Mariners, followed up by Joey Gallo of the Texas Rangers, Jacob deGrom of the Mets, an old school Harmon Killebrew of the Minnesota Twins, and that's headed to Brian. Followed by Jose Abreu of the Chicago Cubs, and it looks like we're going to have a little lime green, and that's going to be out of 125. That's Mr. George Springer of the Toronto Blue Jays headed to Brooks. Then we have a Victor Gonzalez, a red, out of the Los Angeles Dodgers going to Jeffrey, followed up by a Fireworks Luis Robert of the Chicago White Sox going to Edward. Andre Scrub of the Houston Astros headed to Adam, followed by a Braylon Marquez of the Chicago Cubs going to Adam as well. Then we have Larry Rocker of the Colorado Rockies, followed by Zach McKinstry of the Los Angeles Dodgers going to Jeffrey. Then we have a little Brady Singer of the Kansas City Royals heading to Mr. CEO, followed by Pete Alonso of the Mets, Corbin Burns of the Brewers, Jose Altuve Fearless of the Houston Astros, and that is going to Adam. Then we have Michael Brantley of the Astros as well. And then we have Lance Lynn, and that is out of 199 with the Blue Mojo of the Chicago White Sox headed to Edward. Followed by Ramon Urias of the Baltimore Orioles. That's a little bit of a red version going to Ron right there. Then we have a Fireworks. Baby, you're a firework. Charlie Blackmon of the Colorado Rockies. And we got 5 packs left. Luis Diaz of the Miami Marlins headed to Pete, followed by Luis Campusano of the San Diego Padres RC going to Brian. Then we have a little Spencer Howard RC of the Philadelphia Phillies going to Andy, followed by Trey Turner of the Nationals, Jared Kelenic of the Seattle Mariners RC going to Robert. Then we have a little George Springer of the Blue Jays, followed up by Yona Heim of the Texas Rangers. That's going to Brian as well. Jake Woodford of the St. Louis Cardinals headed to Michael. A little Sandy Koufax old school of the Los Angeles Dodgers headed to Jeffrey. Then we have a Dalton Varsho RC of the Arizona Diamondbacks going to No, followed by Yerman Mercedes Blue RC of the Chicago White Sox going to Edward. And then we have a little Bobby Dalbach, a rookie class of the Boston Red Sox going to Adam. Four packs left in this one. Austin Meadows of the Tampa Bay Rays, the Dalton Jeffries RC of the Oakland Athletics to Mr. CEO, Daniel Lynch of the Kansas City Royals to Mr. CEO as well, Alex Verdugo of the Red Sox, Shirton Apostle RC of the Texas Rangers. And that is going to Brian, followed by Dansby Swanson of the Atlanta Braves. We have a Brent Rooker RC of the Minnesota Twins going to Brian. Oh, baby. Really? Only out of 50. Garrett Cole, Fearless of the Yankees. Then we have Hyun-Jin Aru of the Toronto Blue Jays, followed by Randy Johnson of the Arizona Diamondbacks headed to No, followed up by an emergent O'Neal Cruz of the Pittsburgh Pirates, and that is going to be going to Adam. And up next, we have the out of 50, and it's going to be a snakeskin Andy Young RC of the Arizona Diamondbacks gone to No. Nice hit right there. Disappointing that snakeskin's only out of 50. I got really excited right there. Jared Olivia RC of the Pittsburgh Pirates heading to Adam. Following that up with Ryan Castellani of the Colorado Rockies. And that is going to Lucas. Jack Morris of the Twins Ronald Acuna of the Braves, Shohei Ohtani of the Angels, and Alex Bum-Bum-Bum-Bum-Bum-Aram of the Philadelphia Phillies going to Andy. Then we have a little Drew Rasmussen of the Milwaukee Brewers to Phil, followed up by an Illumination Jose Ramirez of the Cleveland Guardians going to Mr. CEO, followed up by Kirby Puckett of the Minnesota Twins. Minnesota Twins going to Brian. Don't know why I sleeved that, just out of habit for some reason. Then we have a silver Kyle Hendricks of the Cubs and a stargazing Luis Robert of the Chicago White Sox. And here we go. A little snakeskin auto. That is Luis Gonzalez, and that is out of 35 of the Chicago White Sox, headed to Edward. There we go, baby. Finally getting some action in Prism basketball, or Prism baseball. Zach Gallen of the Diamondbacks. Who lives, who dies, who tells Trevor's story of the Rockies. Francisco Lindor of the Mets. Blake Schnell of the Padres. Alex Manoah of the Toronto Blue Jays. Right there, RC headed to Brooks. Followed by Kevin Biggio of the Blue Jays. Cabrian Hayes of the Pittsburgh Pirates. And RC heading to Adam, followed by Daniel Johnson, RC of the Cleveland Guardians, going to Mr. CEO. An Illumination, Pete Alonso of the New York Mets to Adam, followed by Luis Robert of the White Sox, a Kyle Cody Blue RC of the Texas Rangers, headed to Brian. And then we have a championship stage, Anthony Rizzo of the Chicago Cubs, going to Adam as well. Tucker Davidson, RC of the Atlanta Braves, going to Leo, followed by Nolan Arenado of the Cardinals. We have a Luis Garcia, RC of the Houston Astros, headed to Adam, followed by Aleti Traveras of the Texas Rangers, going to Brian, RC. Rafael Marchand of the Philadelphia Phillies, headed to Andy. Then we have Whit Merrifield of the Kansas City Royals, the fearless Paul Goldschmidt of the St. Louis Cardinals, headed to Michael. Then we have Willie Adams of the Tampa Bay Rays, followed by a Bryce Harper out of 35. The little blue bronze donut circles is navy blue kaleidoscope of the Philadelphia Phillies right there, and that's headed to Adam. A red Jose Garcia, RC of the Cincinnati Reds. Following that up with a little bit of Michael Conforto, Lumber Inc. Alrighty. Here we go. We got to do one randomization. And that's going to be between everyone for this Colas card. Oscar Colas, a little international. 9 times on this randomization. It is going to Brian with the Texas Rangers. Brian with the Rangers. Now let's run down these rooks. Jose Garcia of the Reds. Rafael Marchand of the Phillies. Letty Taveras of Texas. Luis Garcia of Houston. Tucker Davidson of the Braves. The blue Kyle Cody of the Rangers. Daniel Johnson of the Guardians. Cabrian Hayes of the Pirates. Alex Manoah of Toronto. Drew Rasmussen of Milwaukee. Alex Baum of Philadelphia. Ryan Castellani of Colorado. Jared Olivia of the Pittsburgh. Brent Rooker of Minnesota. Sherton Apostle of Texas, Daniel Lynch of Kansas City, Dalton Jeffries of Oakland, a Bobby Dalbec rookie class of the Red Sox, Jermaine Mercedes of the White Sox, Dalton Varsho of the Diamondbacks, and Jake Werford of the St. Louis Cardinals. And now we have Yona Heim of the Rangers, Jared Klenick of the Mariners, Spencer Howard of Phillies, Luis Campusano of the Padres, Lynn Diaz of Miami, a red Ramon Urias of the Ravens, Brady Singer of, not Ravens, the Orioles, Brady Singer of the Royals, Zach McKistry of the Los Angeles Angels, Braylon Marquez of the Cubs, Andrew Scrub of Houston, Victor Gonzalez of the Dodgers, Ryan Weathers of the Padres, David Peterson of the Mets, Tanner Hook of Boston, a fearless Dylan Carlson of the Cardinals, Dylan Carlson of the Cardinals, Nate Pearson of Toronto, Ramon Urias of Baltimore, Jose Garcia of Cincinnati, Victor Gonzalez of the Los Angeles Dodgers, Josh Fleming of Tampa Bay, Joey Bart of San Francisco, Dylan Carlson, rookie class of the Cardinals, a red Taylor Jones of Houston, Ramon Urias out of 99 of the Baltimore Ravens, Evan White of Seattle, Jorge Oña of the Padres, Jorge Mateo of the Padres, Clark Schmidt of the Yankees, Logan Gilbert of the Mariners, Sam Huff Silver of the Rangers, Bobby Dalbec of Boston, Debbie Garcia of the Yanks, and Andrew Vaughn of Chicago. And now on to our featured cards. Our non-autos. We have the stained glass Mike Trout, the out of 35 Bryce Harper, and the out of 50 Andy Young rookie. Andy Young of the Diamondbacks to no. Bryce Harper of the Phillies to Andy. Mike Trout of the Angels going to Steven. And then on to our rookie autos. We have Tanner Hook of the Boston Red Sox, Christian Pache of the Atlanta Braves, and the out of 35 Snakeson Luis Gonzalez of the Chicago White Sox. That's heading to Edward. Christian Pache of the Braves going to Leo. And Tanner Hook of the Boston Red Sox headed to Adam. And with that, we will be right back from BT Field with break 1258, because that is the end of 1257. All right, we are back with some certified football. Before we dive into that, we will do our next keyword giveaway. The keyword is murder. You have 1 minute to guess the movie. Mudda. No correct guesses so far. All right, show giveaway guessing has ended. Show giveaway guessing has ended. Alrighty, and with that, we are diving in here. This is break number 1258, the 2021 Certified football 1-box. Pick your team. Michael Thomas right off the get-go, followed by a Mr. Josh Allen dark horse of the Buffalo Bills. That's going to Pete. Pete, welcome to Break Traders. I would say 3/4 of you are new to Break Traders. Thank you for joining us. You can use promo code NEWBT for 20% off your first break. Then we have Terry McLaurin of the Washington football team, Odell Beckham Jr. of the Cleveland Browns. We'll have some teams to auction on the next break, JR. And then we're going to have a little Javonte Williams out of 299 of the Denver Broncos headed to Colin. Basically anything that fills tonight from our website will break tonight, but we do occasionally have spots we need to auction off in these eBay breaks. Jerry Jeudy of the Broncos, Jimmy Garoppolo of the 49ers, a little stars, Patrick Mahomes, the Kansas City Chiefs, going to Samuel out of 199, followed by Travis Kelce of the Chiefs and Tyler Lockett of the Seattle Seahawks. Amari Cooper of the Cowboys, followed by an out of 199, Clyde Edwards-Helaire of the Kansas City Chiefs going to Samuel, followed up by a little seal of approval, James Robinson of the Jacksonville Jaguars going to James. Then we have a Saquon Barkley of the Giants and Marlon Humphrey of the Ravens. LaMichael Perine of the Jets, followed up by a Dak Prescott of the Dallas Cowboys headed to Alejandro. Then we have Aaron Jones of the Green Bay Packers and Michael Pittman of the Colts. And our memorabilia here is going to be a Damian Harris Pieces of the Game out of 99. Jeff Okudah of the Detroit Lions. Followed up by a Kansas City Gold team of the Kansas City Chiefs going to Samuel. Then we have a Tom Brady of the Buccaneers, Clyde Edwards-Helaire of the Kansas City Chiefs. And then we're going to have a Trent Brown mirror signatures of the New England Patriots out of 30 going to Travis. Big man Trent Brown, and the Patriots are rolling in this one. Following up, we have Deshaun Watson of the Houston Texans, followed by a filler card there, the Zeke Elliott Stars of the Dallas Cowboys heading to Alejandro. Then we have a little Baker Mayfield of the Browns and Calvin Ridley of the Falcons. Also, folks, if you're here tonight, make sure to join us on Friday for our Panini Black release party. 30% off with the discount code in the chat. Then we have a Kenny Nwangu RC of the Minnesota Vikings, and that is headed to Darren. And on to our next pack. CeeDee Lamb of the Cowboys, a Jalen Hurts out of 299 of the Philadelphia Eagles going to Alejandro. Then we have a little Russell Wilson of the Seattle Seahawks going to Travis. Followed by Russell Wilson again of the Seahawks and Jalen Reagor of the Eagles. Damian Harris of the Patriots. Followed up by a Stars, Tom Brady of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Tom Brady of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Then we have a little T. Higgins of the Bengals and Justin Jefferson of the Minnesota Vikings. And here we go. It is going to be a rookie patch auto freshman fabric, Amir Smith-Marset of the Minnesota Vikings going to Darren, and that is 7 out of 50. Nice hit right there. 2 packs left in this one. Jared Goff of the Detroit Lions. Jared Goff of the Detroit Lions. Followed by a gold team, Devin White of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers going to Tim. Then we have a little Carson Wentz of the Colts and Rob Gronkowski of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And here we go. It is going to be a new generation Kyle Pitts out of 249 of Hotlanta, and that is going to Justin. TJ Watt of the Steelers, a little Michael Perrine out of 50. Then we have a Justin Jefferson graffiti of the Minnesota Vikings going to Darren, followed up by Darren Waller of the Raiders and Devin Singletary of the Bills. Alrighty, let's run down these rookies. We have 2 rookies. We have Kenny Nwangu of the Minnesota Vikings going to Darren, followed up by Javonte Williams out of 299 of the Denver Broncos, and that is heading to Colin. And now on to our featured cards. We have our 2 veteran hits, and those are both going to be New England Patriots. The Patriots piece of the game out of 99, Damian Harris. And then the mirror signatures, Trent Brown out of 30. Both of those, the New England Patriots, are going to Travis. And then we have 2 rookies. We have the out of 249, Kyle Pitts, new generation patch. And the out of 50 rookie patch auto of Amir Smith-Marset. The Kyle Pitts of the Atlanta Falcons headed to Justin. And then Amir Smith-Marset of the Minnesota Vikings is heading to Darren. And with that, we are done with break 1258. Done with break 1258. We will be back in just a moment, and we've got some teams to auction off, including some massive teams. Alrighty, we are back with some Chronicles draft picks, and this is the time JR was waiting for, because we've got some live fills, including the Big 5 teams. Very disappointing that that the gentleman who purchased all those teams didn't make his payment. We'll just do one last check on that. Wow, very, very disappointing. Alrighty, folks. Well, we're going to start with the Chicago Bears. The bidding for the Bears will begin at $10 and will be in increments of $5. $15 from T-Man. 15 from T-Man coming out of the gates swinging. Do we have 20? $20 from Harry Hood. Brett Diddley, Brett is in the house with 20, but he got that in just a second behind Harry. All right, we're going to start the countdown. 30 seconds on the clock. $30 seconds on the clock. Brett with the leading bid of $25. Remember, any bids in this 30-second window will start a 15-second bid. $30 from Harry, which means we'll start a 15-second timer. Any bids in this window will restart a timer. Has to be in increments of $5, JNR. Brett with 35 is the high bid currently, so 15 seconds back on the clock. $35 from Brett. And Brett takes him. Brett takes him. JR just after the buzzer. And I'll show right there just after the buzzer was sounded. Just after the buzzer, JR came in. So Brett takes him. Brett, you can either pay right now via the link in the chat or wait because we've got a bunch of other squads coming in. Alrighty. Next up is the Jacksonville Jaguars. The bidding for the Jaguars. Yeah, JR, do you want them for 40? JR, you let us know, and if you want them for 40, we'll give it to you. For the Chicago Bears. All right, Brett's got them for $35. Next up, we have the Jaguars. Bidding for the Jaguars will begin at $20, and that will go up in increments of $5. 30 from Cynthia for the Jaguars right out the gate. Or Harry got it first. My apologies there. Let me show it. Sorry, we're having... Harry has it first, $30 to Cynthia. Or Harry, $30 before Cynthia. Do we have 35? $35 from Cynthia. $40 from Harry. $40 from Harry. Do we have 45? Do we have 45 for the Jaguars? We will start the bidding we will start the clock at 30 seconds. Let's see how this happens. Any bids in the 30-second window will trigger another 15-second bid window. Alrighty. It appears Harry has taken them for 40. Harry, you know what you can do there. You can either pay at the link in the chat right now or wait to pay until after all these are done. We have the New England Patriots for $10 with starting bid of $10 in increments of $5. You certainly got a pretty good deal on them. $15 from Harry, 10 from T-Man, 20 from T-Man. $20 from T-Man. Where is Adam? Cynthia with 25. Cynthia with 25. Do we have 30 for the Patriots? 30 from T-Man. Everyone hunted Mac Jones after the starter announcement. Do we have 35 for the Patriots? We'll find out because we're going to start the 30-second timer. Any bids in this window will trigger another 15-second timer. T-Man taking them for 30. And T-Man, you know what to do. You can pay via the link in the chat, or you can wait because we have the Jets and the 49ers still left to go. Here comes the Jets, $10 and $5 increments. $20 from Cynthia. 20 from Cynthia. $20 from Cynthia, 25 from Harry, 25 from Harry. Do we have 30 for the Jets? Zach Wilson, cannon for an arm. I predict, and I saw this on Twitter, so I'm just stealing it, but I agree with this prediction. Zach Wilson, most passing yards of any of the rookie QBs, also the most interceptions. 25 for Harry, and we'll start the countdown. That was just before this, so you can just scroll back and you'll be able to find it. And remember, any bids in this window will trigger another countdown. Harry taking them for 25 with the Jets. Oh, sorry about that confusion there. I mean, I do feel like you get better big hits here. The second to last team that we have to auction off is going to be the 49ers, 10 and 5. $10 and $5. This Chronicles break is coming right now, Dan. T-Man, Harry with 15 for the 49ers. T-Man with 10. Do we have 20 for the 49ers? All right, we're going to start a 30-second countdown. Yeah. You do have the Bengals, yep. 20 from Jimmy which means we will start that 15-second countdown after the 30 seconds is up. All right, any bids in this 15 seconds will re-trigger another 15. Jimmy takes the 49ers for $20. And Jimmy, you can pay via PayPal in the chat right now. The next is going to be a little two-teamer. It is the New Orleans Saints and the Seahawks. Bidding begins at $5 in increments of $1. Six from Harry. 6 from Harry. Do we have 7? 10 from T-Man. 10 from T-Man. We will start the countdown. 30 seconds on the clock. T-Man has taken the Saints and the Seahawks. T-Man, you know what to do. Drop that payment in the chat, or in the link in the chat. The PayPal link is in the chat. And Jimmy, we're just waiting on your $20 as well.
You scroll. You see the dates.
We have received Jimmy's money as well. T-Man, just waiting on you, but I know that'll come through. Let's do our next keyword. We have to randomize our keyword, right? Alrighty, folks. Randomizing Marta Inc.
Sounds scary.
All right, John, can we get a 5-second countdown?
Sure. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It is Derek.
Derek, gonna get the Topps Stadium Club. Braylon Marquez of the Chicago Cubs, followed by a Nolan Ryan. Then we have Jacoby Jones, followed by Adam Wainwright. Then we have Will Castro of Detroit and Corey Kluber of the Yankees. Alrighty. And with that, we are going to get started. This is the Panini Chronicles 2021 Draft Picks. And folks, it looks like we really kind of came to a stopping point here. Looks like we've filled as many breaks as we're gonna fill tonight. Hopefully we can fill some more. Otherwise, we got 3 basketball breaks and then we are donezo. Jamie Newman of the Philadelphia Eagles. Jamie Newman of the Philadelphia Eagles headed to Charles, followed by Mac Jones of the New England Patriots going to T-Man. Then we have a little Trevor Lawrence of the Jacksonville Jaguars going to Harry, followed by a Jalen Waddle XR of the Miami Dolphins headed to Chris. Following that up, we have Mr. Mac Jones of the New England Patriots going to T-Man. And then we have Justin Fields. Justin Fields of the Ohio State Buckeyes. Now the Chicago Bears going to Brett Diddley, Brett. Followed by Terrace Marshall Jr. out of 149 of the Carolina Panthers going to Steven. I would be down for a certified snake. That'd be roughly $65 a spot. And then we're going to have a full coverage, and that is Mr. Deion Jackson of the Indianapolis Colts headed to Lucas. We have Najee Harris of the Pittsburgh Steelers. Najee Harris of the Steelers headed to Charles, followed by Trevor Lawrence of the Jacksonville Jaguars going to Harry. Then we have Jamie Newman of the Philadelphia Eagles. Jamie Newman of the Philadelphia Eagles going to Charles. Following that up, we have Carlos Boogie Basham of the Buffalo Bills going to Lucas. Then we have a little Javian Hawkins of the Atlanta Falcons headed to Ben, followed by Jalen Waddle of the Miami Dolphins. And then we have Kyle Pitts of the Atlanta Falcons going to Ben. And then here we go. We have the in-flight Mac Jones out of 15. The in-flight Mac Jones out of 15. Going to T-Man. And that is definitely getting a sizzle sticker. What a hit. Last sold on August 21st for $300. Before that looks like a couple best offers right under $450. Wowza. The sizzle sticker. The saute sticker of sizzle. Woo! Yeah. Definitely don't tell Adam. No one ever tell Adam. We have a Najee Harris of the Pittsburgh Steelers. Najee Harris of the Pittsburgh Steelers going to Charles, followed by Patrick Surtain II of the Denver Broncos going to Phil. Then we have another Najee Harris of the Steelers, and that is heading to Charles as well. Followed up by Rondale Moore of the Arizona Cardinals headed to Phil. Followed by Jamie Newman of the Philadelphia Eagles going to Charles. Then we have a select Michael Carter of the New York Jets going to Harry, followed by Kyle Trask. Kyle Trask of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, a silver-rated rookie to Mr. CEO. And here we go, our next memorabilia. is going to be a full coverage Tylan Wallace of the Baltimore Ravens, 7 out of 10. What a cool patch that is, and that's going to Harry. Wowza. And you know what? 7 out of 10. Very cool patch. We will mag that bad boy right up for Harry. Does it deserve the Saute Sizzle sticker? I don't know, but it's late and we're feeling generous. Nice Tylan Wallace hit right there. Carlos Boogie Basham of the Buffalo Bills right there. Followed up by a Kyle Pitts of the Atlanta Falcons going to Ben. Then we have Amon-Ra St. Brown of the Detroit Lions heading to Harry. Followed up with a filler right there. Then we have Mr. Jalen Waddle of the Miami Dolphins going to Chris. Jalen Waddle of the Miami Dolphins going to Chris, followed by Justin Fields of the Chicago Bears going to Brett Diddley, Brett. Then we have Chatarius Tutu Atwell of the Los Angeles Rams going to Lucas, followed by Justin Fields of the Chicago Bears going to Brett. And here we go. We have a Jarrett Patterson auto of the Washington football team going to Lucas. Oh my God, Adam, go back to bed. Elijah Moore of the New York Jets headed to Harry, followed by Mr. Kyle Trask of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers to Mr. CEO. Then we have Sage Surratt of the Detroit Lions, and that is going to Harry as well, followed by an XR Mac Jones of the New England Patriots headed to T-Man. Then we have Jamie Newman out of 49 of the Philadelphia Eagles going to Charles. Terrace Marshall Jr. of the Carolina Panthers going to Steven, and another Jamie Newman of the Philadelphia Eagles headed to Charles. And here we go. Next up is a Origins rookie patch auto, 3 out of 10 of Sammy Ellinger of the Indianapolis Colts going to Lucas. Wow, the Saute Sizzle in full effect. Folks, you're going to want to get into more breaks. There's some more Chronicles draft picks up there. There's some more certified football, but the Sizzle's in full effect. We are hot. I repeat, we are hot. And we're on to the last pack. Kyle Pitts of the Atlanta Falcons. Kyle Pitts of the Atlanta Falcons headed to Ben, followed by Mac Jones of the New England Patriots. Mac Jones of the New England Patriots, and that is going to T-Man, followed by Kwity Paye of the Indianapolis Colts. Kwity Paye of the Indianapolis Colts going to Lucas. Then we have a Kenneth Gainwell. Kenneth Gainwell out of 149 of the Philadelphia Eagles headed to Charles, followed by Mr. Travis Etienne of the Jacksonville Jaguars going to Harry. Justin Fields of the Chicago Bears headed to Brett. Tamarian Terry of the Seahawks headed to T-Man. And Pat Freiermuth of the Pittsburgh Steelers going to Charles. We have just the rookie rundown. Justin Fields of the Bears, Travis Etienne of the Jaguars, Kenneth Gainwell out of 149 of the Eagles. And then we have Mac Jones of the New England Patriots, Kyle Pitts of the Atlanta Falcons, Mac Jones, Kyle Trask of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, Justin Fields of the Bears, Justin Fields, Jalen Waddle of the Dolphins, Kyle Trask again, Najee Harris of the Steelers, Patrick Surtain of the Broncos, Najee Harris again, Trevor Lawrence of the Jaguars, followed by Najee Harris again, Terrace Marshall Jr. of the Carolina Panthers out of 149, Justin Fields again, Mac Jones again, Jalen Waddle again, Trevor Lawrence again, and Mac Jones again. Alrighty. Let's run down these featured cards. Well, we have Jarrett Patterson and we have Deion Jackson. Deion Jackson of the Indianapolis Colts headed to Lucas. Jarrett Patterson of the Washington football team also headed to Lucas. And now it's time for Mag City. Tylan Wallace out of 10. Tylan Wallace out of 10 of the Ravens. Sam Ellinger out of 10 with the rookie patch auto. And then the out of 15, Mac Jones in-flight auto. Wow. What a break that was. That is the end of break 1259. We will be right back with some Revolution basketball from the hardwood. Here with some Revolution basketball, we are going to do our next keyword. Our next keyword right here is white. Figuring that out right now. No correct guesses so far. No correct guesses. Just put the prices for potential snakes in the chat. If we have enough people who'd want to go, we will run a snake for sure. Alrighty. Here we... Ignore that last message. The Google form message that just dropped in. Ignore the Google form. Here we go. This is break 1260. Break 1260. The 2020-21 Revolution Basketball One Boxer. Basically how a snake works is there's 8 users. We then randomize the draft order. And then it's just like a fantasy football snake. Like if you have the first pick, then you'll have, or if you have the 8th pick, you'll get back-to-back picks because it just reverses the order. Karis Lever of the Nets, Jaylen Brown of the Celtics, Michael Porter Jr. of the Denver Nuggets, following up with a shockwave, Rudy Gobert of the Utah Jazz headed to Henry. And then we have a Jason Tate RC of the Houston Rockets going to Anthony. Anthony, welcome to BreakTraders. We have 3 people interested in a Chronicles draft pick stake. What's up, Frankie? Chris Paul of the Suns, Norman Powell of the Raptors, Russell Westbrook of the Wizards. Then we're going to have an Alfred Payton Groove of the New York Knicks headed to Michael, followed up by the Shockwave Revolution, Donovan Mitchell of the Utah Jazz going to Henry. Bradley Beal of the Wizards, Giannis of the Milwaukee Bucks, John Wall of the Rockets, a Draymond Green, and that's going to be a Groove Draymond Green of the Golden State Warriors going to Brad, and then a Cassius Stanley RC of the Washington Wizards headed to Michael. Kawhi Leonard of the Clippers, followed by Terry Rozier of the Hornets, Eric Gordon of the Houston Rockets, Rudy Gobert of the Jazz. And that's going to be a little bit of an Astro, Rudy Gobert of the Jazz. And then Houston, we have a liftoff, and that is Mr. Anthony Davis of the Los Angeles Lakers going to Michael. Looks like we have 4 people for a Chronicles snake. We need 4 more people for a Chronicles snake draft. Tim Hardaway Jr. of the Mavs, Kelly Oubre Jr. of the Golden State Warriors, Jonas Valanciunas of the Grizzlies. Then we have a Jaden McDaniels RC Astro edition of the Minnesota Timberwolves headed to Michael, and then a Nick Richards of the Charlotte Hornets. Nick Richards of the Charlotte Hornets RC, and that is headed to Michael. 3 packs left in this break. DeAndre Ayton of the Phoenix Suns, Drew Holiday of the Milwaukee Bucks, followed by a Devonta Graham, and that is going to be an Astro edition of the Charlotte Hornets headed to Jack, followed by a Vortex, a Devin Booker of the Phoenix Suns, and that's headed to Henry. And then we're going to have a auto, and that is Wendell Carter Jr. of the Bulls. Wendell Carter Jr. of the Chicago Bulls going to Michael. Chris Middleton of the Bucks, Kyle Lowry of the Raptors, Domantas Sabonis of the Pacers, and then we have a Revolution. That's going to be a Starburst, Sunburst Trey Jones out of 75 of the San Antonio Spurs, and that is going to Henry. And right behind Trey Jones, we have a little Cole Anthony of the Orlando Magic, also going to Henry. Kevin Durant of the Nets, Carmelo Anthony of the Trailblazers, D'Angelo Russell of the Timberwolves. We have a Grant Riller Fractal RC of the Charlotte Hornets going to Jack. And then we have a Supernova Russell Westbrook of the Washington Wizards headed to Michael. Alrighty, let's run this break down. Some veterans. We've got the Rudy Gobert Shockwave Revolution of the Jazz, followed by a Groove Alfred Payton of the New York Knicks. Then we have a Donovan Mitchell Shockwave Revolution of the Jazz, followed by a Groove Draymond Green of the Golden State Warriors. Then we have an Astro Rudy Gobert of the Jazz, followed by an Astro Devonta Graham of the Hornets headed to Jack, followed by a Vortex Devin Booker of the Suns headed to Henry, and a Supernova Russell Westbrook of the Wizards headed to Michael. And now our rookie rundown. Grant Riller of the Hornets headed to Jack. That's a Fractal edition. Cole Anthony of the Magic. Jaden McDaniels, Astro of the Timberwolves headed to Michael. Nick Richards of the Charlotte Hornets going to Jack. Cassius Stanley of the Pacers headed to Henry. And then Jashawn Tate of the Houston Rockets headed to Anthony. All right, and now we're into our hits. We have the Liftoff Anthony Davis and the Sunburst Trey Jones out of 75. Trey Jones of the Spurs headed to Henry. Anthony Davis of the Lakers headed to Michael. And then last but not least, we have the Wendell Carter Jr. auto of the Chicago Bulls headed to Michael. And with that, we are done with break 1260. We will be right back with break 1261. And before we get into that, folks, type white in the chat. Type white in the chat. Alrighty, John, can we get a countdown?
Yeah. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Alrighty.
Nope.
Did it not work?
Did not. Working.
1 second, folks. Retype white in the chat. Had a little issue with Nightbot. Nightbot must be a little tired. Type white in the chat.
Do I just random?
From what list? Whew, that's going to not be easy. Nightbot's just not working at all. Alrighty, folks. Unfortunately, we are done with giveaways for the evening due to some issues with Nightbot. Here we go. This is break 1261. The 2020-21 Revolution Basketball one box. Pick your team. Sorry about that, folks. We've definitely been having some more technical issues with some of the software we use, so hopefully we can figure that out soon. Ben Simmons of the 76ers, Kemba Walker of the Celtics, Gordon Hayward of the Hornets, a little baby Luka Doncic Groove Edition, followed by, and that is going to be heading to Michael, followed by a little Shockwave Revolution of the New Orleans Pelicans, headed to Bobby. Yeah, Nightbot fired. We'll find someone else. Restream might get fired too soon. Aaron Baines of the Raptors, Zion Williamson of the Pelicans, Rui Hachimura of the Wizards, little Zach LaVine of the Chicago Bulls fractal, and that is going to Phil, followed by a Grant Riller RC of the Charlotte Hornets, headed to Justin. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander of the Thunder, De'Aaron Fox of the Kings, Fred VanVleet of the Raptors, a little Karis Lever Astro Edition, and then Houston, we have liftoff. That is James Harden. James Harden of the Houston Rockets achieving liftoff right there. And that is going to be headed to Cynthia. Colin Sexton of the Cavs, Aaron Gordon of the Magic, Miles Turner of the Pacers, a CJ Elleby Astro edition of the Portland Trailblazers RC headed to Harry. We have Siban Lee of the Detroit Pistons RC going to Chris. Kobe White of the Bulls, Kyrie Irving of the Nets, and holy heck, we have a Peyton Pritchard Revolution auto right there of the Boston Celtics, and that is going to be going to Phil. Two back-to-back autos right there. Nice. Followed by Jaylen Brown with the Astro edition of the Celtics going to Phil, and then a Vortex DeAndre Ayton of the Phoenix Suns going to Thomas. Davis Bertrands of the Wizards, Victor Oladipo of the Pacers, Trae Young of the Hawks, and it's a Sunburst Lonzo Ball out of 75. 3 out of 75 of the New Orleans Pelicans, and that is going to be heading to Bobby. Followed up by a Daniel Oturu RC of the Los Angeles Clippers going to Harry. Holding on for a hero. Tyler Hero of the Heat. Anthony Davis of the Lakers. Nikola Vukovic of the Magic. A Jaden McDaniels Groove RC of the Minnesota Timberwolves headed to Michael. Then a Supernova. Donovan Mitchell of the Utah Jazz going to Harry. Pardon me. On to our last pack in this one. Jimmy Butler of the Heat, Al Horford of the Thunder, Luka Doncic of the Mavs, a Rookie Revolution, Precious Achua of the Miami Heat going to Cynthia, followed up by RJ Hampton of the Denver Nuggets going to Anthony. Alrighty, let's run down some of these parallels and inserts. The Groove, Luka of the Dallas Mavericks headed to Michael. The Zion Williamson Shockwave of the Pelicans to Bobby. The Fractal Zach LaVine of the Chicago Bulls going to Phil. The Astro Karis Levert headed of the Brooklyn Nets going to Harry. The Astro Jaylen Brown of the Boston Celtics going to Phil. Then we have the DeAndre Ayton Vortex of the Phoenix Suns headed to Thomas. And the Supernova Donovan Mitchell of the Utah Jazz headed to Harry. And then for our rookies, we have Grant Riller of the Hornets headed to Justin. CJ Ellaby Astro of the Portland Trailblazers headed to Harry. Followed by a Saban Lee of the Detroit Pistons going to Christopher. Daniel Aturo of the Clippers, and that is headed to Harry as well. A Groove, Jaden McDaniels of the Minnesota Timberwolves headed to Michael. Followed by a Precious Achua Rookie Revolution of the Miami Heat going to Cynthia, and then an RJ Hampton of the Denver Nuggets, and that is going to Anthony. And now on to our featured cards. We have the Liftoff James Harden in the Sunburst Lonzo Ball. Lonzo Ball of the Pelicans headed to Bobby. James Harden of the Rockets headed to Cynthia. And then we have the Peyton Pritchard auto. Peyton Pritchard of the Boston Celtics going to Phil. And with that, we are done with break 1261. Done with break 1261. We'll be right back from the hardwood as well with break 1281, some select basketball. Alrighty, we are back with some select basketball. Here we go. This is break 1281, the one box pick your team plus random. First, we have to randomize the teams. So that's going to be the Hornets and the Timberwolves. Hornets and the Timberwolves. Let's see how many times we're going to randomize those. And we need team 1 and 2 up on the left side of the screen. 6 times on that randomization. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Going to be Whoever takes first place in the users randomization will get the Timberwolves, and whoever takes second place will get the Hornets. And we are going to randomize these 8 times. It appears we do not have the numbers for a snake. This will be the last break of the night. We only have 4. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Double M getting the Hornets and Jen getting the Timberwolves. Ozone getting the Timberwolves. Double M getting the Hornets. And I will get these teams loaded. There we go. And here we go. We have a Denny Avadaya RC of the Washington Wizards right off the bat going to Jen. Followed up by an Anthony Davis of the Lakers. Then we have a Zach LaVine tricolor of the Chicago Bulls. Zach LaVine of the tricolor Chicago Bulls. Followed up by Devin Booker of the Phoenix Suns. Yeah, T-Man, you have the Cavs. Devin Booker of the Phoenix Suns. I'll have to check that certified promo after this break, Mr. CEO. And then we're going to have an auto. It is out of 25, and that is an in-flight Harold Miner of the Miami Heat going to Cynthia. Tom, it depends on the year. It's the randoms are always going to be the 2 most popular teams of that year for NBA. Sometimes 4 teams, depending on what's going on. Marvin Bagley of the Kings, Pascal Siakam of the Raptors, Terry Rozier of the Hornets. They tricolor Devin Vassell of the San Antonio Spurs going to Steven, followed by Carmelo Anthony of the Portland Trailblazers. Looks like we got a thick boy in here. We have Russell Westbrook of the Wizards, and Aleksej Pokusevski of the Thunder, right, of the Oklahoma City Thunder, followed by a Kyle Lowry out of 299 of the Toronto Raptors headed to Shannon. Then we've got a Tyrese Halliburton of the Sacramento Kings going to Jack. And our memorabilia right here is going to be a Malachi Flynn rookie patch of the Toronto Raptors headed to Shannon. On to our next pack here. Yusuf Nurk of the Trailblazers, Eric Bledsoe of the Pelicans, and Emmanuel Quickley RC of the New York Knicks going to Double M, followed by Precious Achua of the Miami Heat going to Cynthia. And here we go. This is going to be out of 199, And it is a Patrick Williams rookie patch auto going to Rob. It'll definitely work for the division random. It's probably not working for one of the new pick your teams that we just posted. But it should be. I can't check right this moment. Mitchell Robinson of the Knicks. An Aaron Naismith. Aaron Naismith of the Boston Celtics RC going to Jen. And then we're going to have a silver Anthony Davis of the Lakers. Silver Anthony Davis of the Lakers. Unstoppable right there. That's a pretty card. Followed by a Cassius Winston silver RC of the Washington Wizards going to Jen. And Drew Holiday of the Milwaukee Bucks. Alrighty, on to our next pack. I'm trying to get to that certified to see what's going on. Harry, what number is that break? That'll really help me out while I try to figure this out. We have a Killian Hayes RC of the Detroit Pistons headed to Robert, followed by John Wall of the Rockets, and then we have Jaden McDaniels of the Minnesota Timberwolves going to Jen. A filler right there, followed by a silver Russell Westbrook of the Wizards. And then we're going to have a premier level Sadiq Bey of the Detroit Pistons going to Rob. All right, it should be working for the division random now. Zeke Naji, RC of the Denver Nuggets, going to Cynthia. Followed up by Nikola Vukovic of the Bulls. A little James Weissman of the Warriors, golden RC, headed to Brooke. Followed by rookie Rubio. And then a courtside Nico Mannion of the Golden State Warriors, heading to Brooke. And that Ricky Rubio is a silver premier level of the Timberwolves, going to Jen. 2, 4, 5 packs left. We have a Vernon Carey Jr. RC of the Charlotte Hornets going to Double M. Lou Williams of the Hawks. And bang-a-rang, it's the Anthony Edwards base RC of the Minnesota Timberwolves going to Jen. Following that up with a silver Marvin Bagley III of the Sacramento Kings headed to Jack. And then we have a Bradley Beal courtside of the Washington Wizards going to Jen. Bojan Bogdanovic of the Hawks, Steven Adams of the Pelicans, Kyrie Irving of the Nets, a red De'Aaron Fox out of 199 of the Sacramento Kings headed to Jack. And then we have a Kira Lewis Jr. RC of the New Orleans Pelicans headed to Chris. Cassius Winston RC of the Wizards going to Jen. CJ Ellaby of the Trailblazers headed to Steven. Nikola Jokic of the Nuggets. A tricolor Tim Hardaway Jr. of the Mavs. And then we have Mr. Norman Powell of the Trailblazers. Two packs left in this evening. Giannis of the Bucks, Derrick Rose of the Knicks, a Kira Lewis Jr. of the Pelicans, RC. Kira Lewis Jr. of the Pelicans headed to Chris. Followed up by a premier level Kristaps Porzingis of the Dallas Mavericks. And then out of 99, Udoka Azubuike of the Utah Jazz going to a Robert with the little die cut right there. And we're on to our last pack in this one. James Harden of the Nets, Duncan Robinson of the Heat, a Udoka Azubuike RC of the Utah Jazz going to a Robert right there. Followed by a silver Zeke Naji RC of the Denver Nuggets going to Cynthia, and then Karis LeVert of the Pacers to wrap it up. Alrighty, we have the silver Zeke Naji of the Denver Nuggets going to Cynthia. Udoka Azubuike of the Utah Jazz headed to Robert. Kira Lewis Jr. of the New Orleans Pelicans heading to Chris. CJ Ellaby of the Portland Trailblazers headed to Steven. Cassius Winston of the Wizards. To Jen. The premier Kira Lewis Jr. of the Pelicans going to Chris. Vernon Carey Jr. of the Hornets to Double M. The courtside Nico Mannion Jr. of the Golden State Warriors going to Brooke. James Weissman of the Warriors headed to Brooke as well. Followed up by Zeke Naji of the Denver Nuggets going to Cynthia. Sadiq Bey, premier of the Detroit Pistons, going to Robert. Jaden McDaniels of the Minnesota Timberwolves going to Jen. Killian Hayes of the Detroit Pistons headed to Robert. Cassius Winston of the Wizards headed to Jen. Aaron Naismith of the Boston Celtics. Headed to Jen. A premier Precious Achua of the Miami Heat going to Cynthia. Emmanuel Quickley of the New York Knicks to Double M. The premier Tyrese Halliburton of the Kings headed to Jack. Oleksij Pokusevski of the Thunder heading to Robert. The tricolor Devin Vassell of the Spurs headed to Steven. And Denny Avdija of the Washington Wizards going to Jen. And now on to the featured cards. The unstoppable Anthony Edwards of the Los Angeles Lakers going to Double M. Followed by two rookies, the Anthony Edwards base and the Udoka Azubuike die cut out of 99 of the Jazz. And then our hits. We have the Malachi Flynn patch of the Raptors headed to Shannon. The in-flight Harold Miner 2 out of 25 of the Miami Heat going to Cynthia. And then the rookie patch auto of Mr. Patrick Williams of the Chicago Bulls headed to Robert. Alrighty, let me double check, but it doesn't appear that anything else has moved. Alrighty, folks. There we have it. That is the end of this evening's worth of breaks. Really thank you for everyone to be here. Had some fun breaks, had some huge hits tonight. Very excited to see this weekly rundown on Friday, but more excited about the Panini Black 30% off. Let's fill some Panini Black breaks for 30% off using promo code BLKPAN. And I can tell you, based on where the prices are going, these current prices aren't going to last. So I would get in there fast and often with that Panini Black. Looking at some great stuff coming out of coming out of the 2021 Panini Black Series, I'm sure. Let's check it out. Each box going to have the five cards per pack. We're looking at one rookie patch auto, one memorabilia, one parallel, and one base card. So let's go hunting for some QB autos with some hit drafts, some card randoms. We have a division random if you don't want to spend as much money. And we will see you Friday. Thank you to John and Dan for being here. Can't do it without them. And we certainly can't do it without you. Thank you so much to our BT community members. You are always so great. And we look forward to seeing you on Friday. Have a great day and happy breaking.